Hello, chat. All 14 of you. Wow, nice. Hi, bot. Hi, guys. Hi, chat. Just stopping by to like the stream. Oh, hey, ZJM. I assume you gotta stick with Loner on his, Hollow Knight journey. Um, hello. Hello, everybody. Okay. So, I've got some dinner, and I'm gonna listen to Hutch. I'm gonna listen to, Hutch versus Pisco from yesterday. I think I saw some of this before. Um, damn, Pisco doesn't even have his chat on the screen, and there's no chat replay. Unfortunate. Oh well. Um, I guess we'll just listen to this. I'm on a Song journey. Did anyone drop a slur yet? I hope not. Actually, yeah. Did Trump finally say 6-7? No. Trump just said some scary shit, but I mean, it's not that scary if we assume that the Constitution is a thing that people are actually going to listen to. It's also not that scary because there's no way Republicans are going to do it. Well, yeah, I'm not surprised that Trump reversed on Iran. Trump's all over the place on Iran because Trump doesn't actually want to do anything because he's stupid, and I don't think he understands the gravity of any of this. But anyway, let's just we'll start with this. This was yesterday. Yesterday, Hutch had a big conversation with Pisco and Josiah over takes relating to whether or not the Democrats should basically message on the on like taking or on prosecuting the next prosecuting the current administration when they get into office, which I don't necessarily think is a great idea, or rather I think I probably agree with Hutch just because that I'm very wary of, like, I guess shattering and breaking norms completely and like just making it okay for the president to direct his DOJ to do shit. I don't think that's good. Now, to be fair, I don't think that they necessarily were making or were saying that, but like I didn't watch that entire argument. It obviously went on for a while, but it seemed like they were saying that the Democratic candidate was going to like message or should message or something on attacking the DOJ, or not attacking the DOJ, on like prosecuting the next administration, like in the same way as Letitia James was like, I will go after Donald Trump if you guys elect me for New York district attorney, which I don't know if she should have done that or not, but I mean, that's a little bit different than the president saying, why, yes, I'm going to direct my DOJ to do a thing. Are these two fighting because they have different opinions? Yeah, they do. They have this are no, this their argument is about like or is about like how to grow, or how to is about like the leftists and whether or not they should be included in the coalition of the Democratic Party, basically. It's that same argument from before. This is after Pisco watched the Conduit video, by the way. They were supposed to talk about this today, but then they didn't. Um and yeah, like they don't talk for very long here because Hutch has to go, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm just gonna watch this a little bit, or rather, I'm just gonna watch this because I didn't see the entirety of this, and then we'll move on to other stuff. But like they're just mad that they can't drag the other to their side. Yeah, I think so. I don't know why Pisco. I think Pisco is like super. Pisco seems really mad at Hutch over all this stuff. I think Hutch is probably annoyed, but Pisco just seems really mad. I don't know why. Like, yeah, it's basically over. Like, I guess Pisco seems to trust that Kyle and the Majority Report are that Kyle Kalinske and the Majority Report and all of these people are like still part of the coalition or whatever, and that they're just because they're better than Republicans. But Hutch wants him to understand that that's not true and that they're actually just bad. Yes, Chase, it is. But I mean, this isn't very long. They kind of just talk. This is after the conduit video, so. Well, you see, it's a discussion about strategy, bad bearing. Um, Kyle and majority are part of the coalition. They're supporting candidates in the party. Yeah, but they don't support the party's nominee. When it comes time, they are constantly, they are shitting on the Dems constantly. Their whole goal is to move the Democratic Party further to the left. And the way that they are going about doing it means that they are purity testing the fuck out of other candidates. They refer to them as corporate Democrats. And like, I mean, Kyle spent so much time shitting on, I don't know if the majority report endorsed Kamala or not, but they certainly were shitting on Biden. Like, I remember that. I'm still, at some point I'm going to go through and do a bunch of research and like finish that deep dive that I was doing. Not more, two men think in their mind are rambling are going to change the course. No, it's not, Addie, it's not about that. It's just about like, the argument is over these guys rambling online about, or not rambling. The argument is over between these two people is basically between two influencers talking about, you know, like what's the best way to engage with this online problem of like online leftists, essentially. This sounds like projection when Hutch spends 90% time period testing the left, where Kyle spends 90% time attacking Trump, and how dangerous he is. Hutch does not spend 90% of his time attacking and purity testing the left. That is incorrect. That is not true. Ghost Boy talks, what coalition? Democrat, the Democratic Party. No, he doesn't. I don't think you watch him. But they've had this fight so many times, and they're both dug in and not going to change their views, so why keep rehashing? I don't know. I was just curious about what was going to be said here. We'll see how long until I get bored of this. I think this is an interesting conversation. And honestly, I'm just looking for something to watch while I eat, okay? And then I'll move on to other things. If somebody else has something else that they would rather I watch, then that's fine. But that's not true, Binders full of women. I don't know where you're getting that from.
I was going down a place, Hutch, but I'll give you. I've been talking a lot, so I'll let you.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that you're actually. I think you're closer to Emma than I think you. I think that your issues with them are with respect to their emphasis, with respect to their the slant of their reporting, with some of their like views from like or almost like bird's eye view about how the structure of power works, and certainly within the Democratic Party. But if you were to go policy by policy, like, I think you would be more aligned with majority report than you are with like a lot of centrist Democrats. I think that you would be in favor
of that's not what he said, Binders full of women. He said he talks about Trump a lot as well, and he does talk about Trump a lot. He said that it's his right. He said that he talked about the Colorgate thing for a whole bunch because he thought it was funny, and he was covering drama, which he considers to be a different thing than other stuff. Imagine if Kamala was pro-Russia. Imagine how all Destiny orbiters would tell people not to vote for her. They talk crap about us. We draw the line not to vote for someone who encourages I mean, yeah, because it's a stupid framing. To call what's happening in Gaza a Holocaust is dumb, Ghost Boy talks. Although I have no idea if you're that same troll who's been back here 5,000 times. Are you going to say that Russia has the right to defend itself next? But no, it's not. It's not true. It is not true. They are not similar at all. Does all this come down to Israel? All this obsession with the left? No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. It comes down to the fact that this is a group of people who spend a lot of their time shitting on the mainstream Democratic Party and who don't encourage their audiences to go vote for them as better than Trump to the full extent that they should. Or when they do, it's very like, you know, kind of, yeah, you know, you should go vote. The Dems are obviously better than the Republicans, but it's not like they don't put in the effort to mobilize their audiences to actually get out the vote. Instead, it's all just very fucking lazy shit. And like, Thanks, Insomniac. And like the things that they say about it is just fucking, it's just stupid. Um, and by the way, Israel is just their current purity test. Before that, it was Medicare for all. And like, you're not far left enough. You're not economically populist enough. And that's still a thing that they purity test on. Yes, that is our right to criticize our party leadership. If you need your streamer to tell you how to vote, or then you're too far gone. You actually don't think Binders Full of Women that like influencers can influence like their audiences or can inspire them to do things? If you like, I'm sorry, you have way more faith in people. Like way more faith in people than I do. Like that's just not how people work. Yes, you're having an influencer inform you or tell you to go out to vote, especially, by the way, if the people that you watch spend all of their time telling you about how like both parties are the same, or if not that, then like the Democrats are only slightly better than the Republicans, and shitting on the Democrats and basically encouraging voter apathy. Yes, demonstrating how dangerous Trump is what would get people taking the vote seriously, not crying about some Twitch streamer and his dog. You're really hung up on that, aren't you? You actually, I'm sorry, I don't believe that you watch Hutch if you think all he does is talk about Hassan. I mean, hell, today's stream was him reacting to a mega debate between Soypill and Michael Knowles. And like a couple days ago, his stream was about Hassan, or about, not about Hassan, fuck. It was about it was about the wins in Texas and how good that was. Like, actually, I think Hutch is probably like maybe a little bit more idealistic than I am in terms of like him thinking that like Trumpism is probably done because the Americans are turning on Trump. And I mean, maybe that might be true. I don't have that much hope, or as much hope as he does. But yeah, no, he was still talking about that. Salam.
I'm sure there would be policy disagreements because they really like rent control, for example. And my understanding is that basically every economist, left wing and right wing, thinks that rent control is bad. And so
that's
I think I think they're more closed off to market solutions. I think both of them are probably anti-capitalist, probably Emily more than Sam. I think she is like anti-capitalist. I think she does envision a more kind of socialistic structure. But I'll give you a good example of like where I really depart from Emma, and like where there's like a wide cavern between us, which I watched their coverage on election night in November.
Was it sad?
I watched.
I thought Emma cried. Was like very upset.
She didn't cry, but like, so when I was covering the election, I was telling my chat going into it, I'm not going to be satisfied unless this is a really dominant victory. And then what ended up happening was that it was even more dominant than I thought it was going to be. Like,
are you talking about 2025 or 2024?
2025.
Got it.
Just this last November.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Shalom, salam. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't specify the year, but fault. So the vibes on my stream, bro, we were.
Oh yeah, he was talking. Wait, hold on. What did he just say?
November.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Cry, but like, so when I was covering, this is a really dominant victory. And then what ended up happening was that it was even more dominant than I thought it was going to be. Like,
are you talking about 2025 or 2024?
2025.
Got it.
Just this last November.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. This was really funny. Hutch will go on to explain it, but I remember watching him watch like the Emma and Majority Report stuff and the things that they had to say. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was most of them crying about the fact that apparently the mainstream media wasn't talking about Mamdani enough. And like, there was just a whole bunch of shit. Like, Mamdani has become these people's obsession where they just think that Mamdani, because Mamdani won that race in New York by like less of a margin than some of the moderate Democrats did in other races. Now, to be fair, I think we can blame that on Cuomo because Cuomo was in there and he did suck some of the votes away from Mamdani. But like, it's just funny that people think that because that a communist or a socialist or whatever won an election, because he won an election in an exceedingly red or blue city, this means that Mamdani is the future of the Democratic Party, and that's just such a dumb way to look at it. Like, that's not proof of that. How do you feel about what's happening in the UK and their Labour Party? What do you mean? What are you referring to? Listen, most of what I know about that has to do with is like whatever, or like shit that I learned from watching Loner Box before, because I haven't really dug into that on my own, and other stuff that I remember from before. I mean, I think Jeremy Corbyn is like ultra fucking cringe. Maybe he, like, his economic policy stuff is fine, but his foreign policy shit was like terrible. Not only was he bad on like Israel and Gaza, but then he was also exceedingly bad on Ukraine, Russia. And he got like super mad. Like he was against like the UK helping Ukraine. Labor is going rightwards or some shit like that. I mean, yeah, people are going to say that. I think the Labour Party definitely pivoted to the center. That's true. And that was what Starmer did. And he probably like got rid of too many people when he was trying to get rid of the like the leftists or whatever. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think Jeremy Corbyn was like, he went way too far to the left, and nobody really wanted that. And so they voted in Boris Johnson over him, which, you know, I mean, think about that. The other thing too was, I think I agree with Lonerbox though about the fact that like Starmer's got this majority and he should use it to do something. Like he should do it to use it to do something. Sure, his foreign policy is stupid, but Labour basically deployed what Hutch wants, and it was a masterminded by a pedophile. I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, part of the problem in the UK is that people over there are obsessed with immigration because that whole narrative managed to catch on. Probably because it's a simple story about how like the UK is having problems and struggling after Brexit, and rather than like, I guess, reckon with that or realize that that was a bad idea, they've decided that they're just gonna that they're gonna blame it all on immigration and the small boat shit. Like that, a lot of that seems to be part of the reason why Labour is losing popularity. And I mean, Labour has a majority, and they should use that majority to pass a bunch of shit that would be popular. But they just won't do it. Every country has an immigration problem. Not every country has a left wing doing as bad as UK Labour. I mean, UK Labour is probably center left, right? Also, my understanding is that, listen, you can say that all this shit if you want to, but at the end of the day, I still think populism is really bad, and I'm not really like I think it's dumb. People get mad when the economy isn't good, and when people are mad, they blame whoever is the newest or most outsider. Yeah, pretty much. Like, by the way, I don't even necessarily think like Hutch's problem is not the same as like what you think it is. Like, only P, that's not what Hutch's issue is. Hutch's issue has to do with a bunch of people who don't support the Democratic Party, who are like basically not on the same side, don't want the same things as regular Democrats do. And it's not the same as like he's not saying that all the he's not saying that the leftists should all be purged because they are leftists. He's fine with socialists being in the Democratic Party as long as those socialists support the Democratic candidate, even if they don't pass the purity test. That is his whole thing. Right? Which I don't think is the same thing as what Starmer did. Like, I don't think that Starmer needed to kick all the socialists out of the Labour Party. That's very silly. Oh yeah, like and subscribe, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't specify the year, but so the vibes on my stream, bro, we were dancing. We were like, holy fucking shit. Like, the Republicans are fucked. Like, we were euphoric. The vibes were immaculate. And then I tuned over to the Majority Report's coverage, and that was like straight up depressing. Because what was happening was there were early reports coming in that Mikey Sherrill and Spanberger's margins were exceeding expectations. And she was legitimately pissed off that people were talking about that. And she was, yes, and she was undercutting the idea that their victories were notable. Like they were watching the news, and the news was reporting on what was happening. And so there was this narrative kind of emerging that Mamdani was maybe underperforming a little bit relative to expectations. Obviously what he did was crazy impressive, and I've really liked what I've seen from him so far as governor or mayor. But the other part was that Spanberger and Sherrill were looking like they were, especially I think Sherrill in New Jersey. I think she especially.
By the way, I will also add Only P as well, or anybody else really who feels this way. Based on what Starmer did, people like Mamdani would be excised from the Democratic Party. And obviously, as much as I have disagreements about Mamdani, about his crazy views on Israel and some of the shit that he's done related to like anti-Semitism, I wouldn't want to eject him from the Democratic Party. Like, I wouldn't, because he's still somebody who cares about getting shit done. And I think it's fine to have that broad tent. I don't care about having like Democratic socialists in the Democratic Party, as long as those people are not trying to like sabotage the party. You know, as long as they are going to like support your candidate, no matter how like center left they are. Listen, Ghost Boy, I really don't care. Like, you're literally the same troll as you were before. You're literally saying just all the same shit. I know you're here on a new account because the other account that you were on, because we figured out that it was you, but like, it's so boring. Like, if I invite you to get into the voice chat right now, you're gonna be that same fucking guy. That same dude who goes quiet after like I say a bunch of shit. You know? Like, you were in my Discord and then you left. You ran away after 5 minutes in a debate with me that was online because I said like too many things that you couldn't refute, and you were just like, fuck it. Yeah, like, you're just a troll, my dude. I'm actually tempted to just ban you, you know? Like, why don't you explain to me how Israel is why don't you explain to me how Israel is doing a Holocaust in Gaza?
Really overperformed, because I think that race.
And like, you know, explain to me exactly how it is like the historical Holocaust that occurred during World War II in Poland.
Was projected to be a little bit closer.
Wait, sorry, what did you always say? Definitely not all about Israel? What do you mean binders full of women? Like, the Hutch thing isn't all about Israel. And by the way, my opinions on this are not all about Israel either. I've felt this way for quite a while. Like, I don't... My issues with Hassan are not just that he supports terrorist groups. It's that he's a goddamn tanky, and he doesn't want the same things that we want. He's not our friend. Like, he glazes terrorist organizations, but he also thinks, like, Mao is based, and that Xi Jinping is based, and he said that he trusts him. Yeah, the Democratic Party isn't as bad as UK Labour, and what we see is lefty media and lefties working within the party to get their candidate and ideas in the party rather than making a whole new party. Yeah, but the problem is that, like, that's fine as long as they're also still going to jump on the vote blue no matter who bandwagon. That's my issue. My issue is that they won't jump, is that there's so many of them will not jump on that bandwagon. They won't tell their audiences who to vote for. Oh god, these fleas are too much. Oh, is Loner losing?
That was very impressive, yeah. And
so when they were watching the news coverage of it live on their stream, and she was saying stuff like, you know, the newscaster would say that it sure looks like they're overperforming, and then she would say stuff like, no, they're not. Like, she was so invested in that moment in minimizing the wins of the so-called moderates and trying to inflate the win of the progressive. So that to me is like the big difference between me and her, is because I think she's invested in the Democratic Party in a way that is like exclusively focused on reshaping the party into a more progressive like structure. I think that is like her number one priority. Or
here's my commitment to you. I will watch that election coverage, and I'll examine it, and I'll do a vibe analysis, and I will be honest about it. I will see if the vibes are off, because I think that there's a point to be made there. If you're kind of poo-pooing Democratic victories, places you don't want, it could be a little bit of a vibe terrorist action. I don't know, even if that's true, what do I make of that? Like, what?
And that was meant for loner chat, lol.
What do I make of that?
The narrative.
Kalinda refuses to expose the levels of authoritarian conversation. She is purity testing bad shatter content. Like, wait, what do you want me to talk about? Your thing, your levels thingy? Like, I'll talk about that the next time I talk to Destiny, because it's kind of related, but like, I don't know, Fellrunner is kind of a bit obsessive about this. Okay. Like, I'm not even sure that I entirely 100% understand this. It sounds like what this is, like, is what you're saying in this thing, that like basically, so authoritarian escalation 4-level model. Level 1 is a deliberate time sink. The actionable escalations are levels 2 to 4. So is this specifically about conversations and what you think people should focus on when they have debates? That people shouldn't be talking about whether or not something is legal or not, and that like they shouldn't be bothering with incident by incident and was it justified discussions, like with regards to the shootings. You don't think that they should bother with any of that? Is that what you're saying? Bomber of Doom asks, what are leftists' opinions about people of faith like extremists? Is it the same as publicly stated as is personally intended to mean? I don't entirely get what you, like, it depends on which leftist you're talking about. If the leftist is based, then they would say that all religious extremism is bad. But if they're not based, and if they're like a cringe, stupid leftist, then they're going to say that religious extremism is bad. And like, and then you would all right, that's it. I have no interest in your concern trolling, and also you are still just that troll from before. Anyway, it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking with regards to the leftists, yeah, it's basically it's only bad when white people do it. So if you're talking about leftists, then they will shit on like like the religious right in the United States who are Christian, but then they'll ignore how bad Hamas and the Houthis, or they'll even praise them, despite the fact that they are also religious extremists who would take away like any of their rights, you know. Lefty media did support the Dem Party in 2024, and since there was no open primary, they did everything they could to encourage their issues to be considered. The fact that Harris chose big business instead, I mean, you can say that if you want to, but that is not the and then lost the election is all on Harris. Yeah, see, even you're doing it. Even you're trying to make it out to be that because that Harris didn't kowtow to the leftists, it means that she lost. But that's not why she lost. Like, I don't think she lost because she didn't do enough to differentiate herself from Biden. She wasn't willing to like acknowledge certain things, and she should have run harder on affordability. She probably should have attacked Trump more. And honestly, I just don't think she had the charisma, and she was just too connected to Biden. Like, I feel like people had such short memories, so I don't know if there really would have been anything that she could have done to win. Just based on that. But like she lost because yeah, I know the point is that Harris lost the election, only P, but the thing is that I disagree with the framing that she lost because she didn't kowtow to the far left, which is what Hassan and Kyle and all of these other people are going to say. That is what they say now. Even though, and the Vanguard, they say it too. Even though in the lead up to the election, if you actually look at what these people were saying, they were not out there like hardcore supporting Kamala. Kyle might have been, but Hassan and the Vanguard sure as fuck weren't. They thought she was going to win. And because they thought she was going to win, they basically were fine shitting on her and like not hardcore telling their audiences to go and vote for her. Even if they themselves voted for her. It's not enough that you yourself is going to vote for her. I'm especially disappointed with someone like Hassan. Or like, I'm not especially disappointed because by this point I understand it. But when you have millions of dollars and you're not going to like do anything with any of that money, I think that's kind of crazy. Like, he could have done so much to support Kamala and to like get his audience out to vote. Okay? Like, if fucking Destiny can do it, and he has way less money than Hassan does, then I don't see why Hassan couldn't have done it. And he just didn't because he doesn't care about any of this stuff. Some leftists support extremist rights to do what they feel they need to do on the price of the equalism they are. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, unfortunately, on the left, there's a lot of like, if white people are doing it, it's bad. But if other groups do it, then I don't give a fuck. FT signifier more or less thought Kamala was a sure thing. Yeah. Like, obviously Hassan the reason why like we often highlight Hassan is because he's the biggest leftist streamer in the world. He gets the most views. His voice matters. He reaches millions of people. Like, yeah, and obviously if Kyle was not out there fully in support and saying, yeah, you guys should all go vote for Kamala, then I think that it should matter a lot. And like, I'm still gonna look into that, but yeah, what the fuck is this? I don't give a fuck. Not criticism, a question. Sorry, what do you mean I don't give a fuck? I'm saying that leftists don't give a fuck if it's not white people doing it. They're not critical. Oh no.
The narrative, the establishment, the big bad establishment, they serve capital, and they want to prevent progress. That's their narrative.
Oh, but I grant that that's their narrative then.
Yeah, and so anytime establishment candidates come, or
sorry, Bummer, I don't know what you mean with what is this? I don't give a fuck. I don't know what you're referring to. The leftist extremism is relevant to what I'm talking about. The Trump admin wants to agitate them into a state that justifies expanding state powers. I mean, like, yeah, sure, they do, but here's the thing about that. Okay, I'm sorry, but there's probably some number of those people who might actually go out and do shit, but I don't know if they actually would. Like, I just am not sure that I can believe that, because so many of these people just don't feel like it. Like, I'm talking about I'm talking about leftists, by the way, like the commies and shit. I'm not saying that there aren't people who wouldn't do that or whatever. And like, leftist gun ownership among like left-wing people is going up after the Alex Preddy shooting. You say that if leftists see it's about a white person, they get rowdy about it, but if it's other people, they say, I don't give a fuck. What is this approach of not giving a fuck? I mean, they just, well, okay, so according to leftist theory, white people are the worst people, or at least according to the theory that like all of these people push, white people are the worst people, and they're responsible for all the bad things because they're the ones who run the imperialist countries or whatever. And like, Hassan literally blames homophobia and misogyny and all the social conservatism shit in the Middle East on like America and America bombing Middle Eastern countries. That's what I mean. So like, and Hassan also, and then we get like, the whole thing about how the resistance isn't perfect, and how did imperialism negate or is adversarial to religion? Listen, Bomber, don't ask me that. I don't know. It's just stupid. It's because at the end of the day, like, I don't think that these people could actually explain it if you start trying to pick it apart. The actual truth of the matter is that, like, when it comes to foreign policy, these people's only view is America bad. And anybody who is attacking America or attacking American allies is good. It doesn't matter, like, whether or not those people are good. Wait till he finds out homophobia predates America. Yeah, I know, right? That's why it's stupid. It's a stupid opinion. It's dumb. And, like, Hassan praises groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis because they are attacking Israel and America. That's it. That's the only reason. And then, like, he kind of, like, sort of is like, obviously it's very unfortunate and not great, but, like, when it comes to the bad things that they do. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything. Because it's all just America bad. That's all. And also because a lot of these leftist people believe in the maxim of my feeling when my enemy is ontologically evil, and therefore, like, there is nothing against doing, like, there is no tactic that isn't justified to be used against him. Like, that is the strat that a lot of these people use.
Quote unquote establishment can't. I mean,
it's a price he's willing to pay from the comfort of his home, far, far away. Yeah, exactly. As far as, like, why they're okay with religion in America, or like with, like, more religious extremist people in America, or why they will dismiss any attacks against, like, extremist Islam in the United States as Islamophobia. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that because that brown people are typically oppressed, and therefore it means that they just can never criticize them. It's the same thing where, like, unless you're Vosh, you're not going to find leftists unless you're talking about Vosh, because he was the only one who did this. Vosh was, like, the only one who would be critical of, like, black people being racist against white people, or just, like, shitting on white people a whole bunch. And the reason why, otherwise the reason why they justify it is they'll say that you can't be racist against white people because that racism is prejudice plus power. But really what they're actually talking about is systemic racism. And these people, I guess, just think that interpersonal racism isn't a thing that actually exists. I don't know. Like, yeah. It's because they don't want to deal with it close to home and have to actually think about anything or how their ideas play out. Yeah, I mean, probably. But so then we basically get them, like, being okay with a lot of things in Islam that they wouldn't be okay with from Christianity. Like the hijab and all of that stuff. And I mean, like, obviously, yeah, I understand that if people want to wear the hijab or whatever. Personally, as, like, a feminist, I don't agree with that whole outlook. But, like, and I think there's something to be said about, like, women who choose to wear that after they're being raised in an environment that tells them that they should wear it and that it's better for them and all this other stuff. But I mean, obviously, but, like, I'm not okay with that in any religion. Like, I'm also not okay with that in Christianity, when Christianity starts talking about modesty and how women shouldn't show any skin or any of that kind of shit, I think it's all not just leftist about power and oppression, whether applied onto or obtained. I mean, yeah, basically. A lot of it has to do with the oppressor versus oppressed worldview, too, where, like, essentially, you can easily dismiss bad things that quote-unquote oppressed people are doing because that they're oppressed, whether they be a minority in your community or not. But yeah, like, extremists in faith versus extremists in faith is power and oppression. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you could say good versus evil if you want. I don't really like breaking things down to that, but sometimes I can. Shitty to be Slavic, you're white in the sense that you can't be considered as oppressed because you're white, but not white enough in terms of being white as the rest of Europe, Euro-Westoids. Oh, well, yeah, if you're not talking outside of America, yeah. I mean, I don't know how, or outside of If like America views it very differently. That's part of why I think that America doesn't give as much, or that American leftists don't care as much about Ukraine, is because to them they're just like, oh, it's just white people, so we don't give a fuck, you know, because in America, everybody in Europe is just white. That's how they view it, and they don't have the same kind of view as other people. Yeah, I know Orthodox Jews wear head coverings.
Very nebulous term, but come along, she will kind of nip at their heels.
Okay.
That to me is like where there's a big disconnect between me and her, because I think, you know, obviously money has an influence in politics, and obviously big donors generally don't prefer like more leftist type candidates. So it's not that there's no merit to that, but I think that the reason why the progressive movement hasn't caught more steam in this country is because of their own failings, largely because of their own failings, their own sort of misperception about where the public is at. And they blame the establishment for their electoral mediocrity in the previous.
Yeah, I've heard you
years.
say this before, and I'm not saying that it isn't, that there isn't an element of like the onus is on the candidate to appeal.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true, by the way. These people do that. It's very annoying.
Just like, I don't understand how you reconcile that with your...
Remember fucking Stacey Abrams blaming her election loss on AIPAC?
Your position for people who want to focus on the failures of Kamala, those are their particular failures. But like, where, you know...
This is from yesterday, Trans Rights Crab.
The response to you, and I actually find this sometimes often slimy, when you're like, was it a mistake not to vote for endorse Kamala? Was it a mistake for this? Or like, I actually find it very annoying when they won't answer that question and they try to deflect. So I'm with you there. But why, if that's your view on the failures of the progressive movement, or is there a double standard? I'll just ask you, why do you treat it differently? If someone says, you know, they didn't treat us fairly, we had all these disadvantages. If your response is just, well, your candidate failed.
Are they trying to reconcile? No, they're still friends as far as I'm aware. Like, Hutch obviously continuously points out that, like, he is still friends with Pisco. This is just, like, a disagreement that they have, you know? Yeah, I have some... SDA is a very good friend of mine. SDA is our resident firearms enthusiast, and one of our two defense people. Although Epic is, like, I guess the actual DoD person. Thank you, Bomber of Doom. But like SDA has like views on economic shit that I don't agree with, but we're still really good friends. And I actually enjoy having a friend that I can spar with about those things and that I have differences of opinion on, because I think it's more interesting. I don't know, they don't give the vibe of people that are friends, but also I don't actually know them. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't Stacey Abrams. Fuck, who was it? Who was the other person that did that? I can't remember. Oh, it was Nina Turner. That's right. Yeah, she lost that election and she fucking blamed it on like AIPAC money or whatever, which is stupid because I'm pretty sure she outspent her opponents. So it's rather silly, you know, like that's not why she just lost. She just didn't win enough votes. Like, I don't know exactly why she didn't win enough votes, but whatever, like her message just didn't resonate as much as the other person's. Or Jamal Bowman. You know, everybody blamed AIPAC on him losing that race. But that's not why he lost that race. It was because of a bunch of other shit. Stacey Abrams has arguably been very important for making Georgia a competitive state for Democrats. Yeah, I can't remember Democrats. Or I can't remember yeah, that's right, she was. Didn't Stacey Abrams lose an election at some point? Or maybe I have to look. I don't remember. Wasn't she in Star Trek? I don't know, Runner.
But that doesn't really address whether or not what they're saying is true. And it's not something you would tolerate if they try to change the subject on you in the context of Kamala, and they say, well, Kamala was a bad candidate. The onus is on her to appeal to the population. You can't blame the entire world for your troubles and on influencers. I actually do resent it when they do that pivot. Why is it not the same kind of thing?
I actually think that this is like a make-believe thing that's just simply not true, because when Hillary Clinton lost, for example, there was endless intra-party commentary / debate about all the granular reasons for her loss, including her campaign failures. Chief among them being ignoring the Rust Belt states. That was like the big one that people were talking about at the time. When Kamala Harris lost, there was nonstop discussions within liberal spaces about all the ways that she could have run a better campaign. And there's like a few top line issues that we've talked about a lot. We don't need to get into those. So I actually see like robust post-mortem analyses of prominent liberal, of elections for like prominent liberal candidates that fail. And I do see a willingness to dive into the crosstabs and really try to unpack like all the ways that the campaign could have connected with voters a little bit better. And you just don't see that with progressives, like basically ever. Can you think of a single high-profile progressive loss where that happened with progressives? Like there was
In fairness, I think Bernie may have done it, but I mean, I would say Bernie probably stands above the rest. Although I'm pretty sure he still also pushes this line that the establishment like conspired against him.
Intra-progressive kind of conversation about how could we have met the voters more, or how could we have connected with them more? You never hear that. All you hear is AIPAC, donors, establishment, rigged. And it sounds a lot like MAGA to me. And I think that people like Emma and that whole space, like they constantly play into that. So I just philosophically, like really profoundly disagree with them, just prescriptively about like what are the problems, like, and so there, that motivates like a lot of my thinking about viewing them as like allies or not. Like I think if you're only interested in helping to elect progressives, I don't think you're really an ally. Like I think you should be willing to tell your audience, obviously, Joe Manchin, if you live in West Virginia, obviously you should vote for it. I think they're unwilling to do that for the most part, to like fully commit.
Well, I'm not sure how many opportunities have arisen, except in the primary context, for them to discuss the shortcomings of their candidate, because their candidate hasn't been selected in the last 3 cycles. You had Clinton wasn't their preferred candidate, Biden wasn't their preferred candidate, probably wasn't your preferred candidate either.
I think that kind of says something, like I feel like I will take these people more seriously, the progressive people, if they actually start managing to like win primaries and get and win elections that are not in like deep blue districts, more than like one, hopefully as well too, and particularly if they actually win a presidential nomination. Isn't it a universal thing in the U.S. in every negative occasion blame AIPAC? Not every occasion, but if AIPAC is involved, the Jamal Bowman one was really funny because that guy was in hot water for a bunch of other shit. Like he pulled a fire alarm. It wasn't just because of the Israel stuff, but yeah, he made some like really gross comments about Israel where he essentially like denied October 7th rapes. And then AIPAC was there to like spend against him, but the polls were already showing that he wasn't going to win that primary. So I don't know. It's just silly that, but if you watch any leftist video on it, they'll make it sound like AIPAC swooped in and dethroned him with their millions of dollars because he was critical of Israel. But that's not what happened. Come on, who hasn't pulled a fire alarm by accident?
I think wasn't my preferred candidate.
No, but what did they say about like Bernie's loss in both of those elections?
What I'm trying to say is there is a willingness on behalf of the left to look at the crosstabs when it comes to the general election. In the primary contest for the national candidates, I agree. They have these narratives about Bernie that he was cheated in 2016 and he was cheated in 2020. In 2024, you have this odd situation where Biden drops out. So we basically just have these two. The sample size is of two. Sample size is what happened in 2016, where there was the DNC putting thumb on the scale, but it wasn't what I consider to be quote unquote rigging the primary. I want to grant that, though. You also have the structural component there of super delegates that gave Hillary Clinton almost like a fait accompli feeling. That might not be quote unquote rigging it. Yeah, but it is an element of a perceived unfairness. Okay. And so I think that 2016 is like an area where, yeah, you don't have to grant the rigging, but you can understand why it's like, it's not, let's look at all the crosstabs, because like there's a lot of shit that was happening there in 2016 that makes a kind of like unwillingness to check the crosstabs. It doesn't strike.
I have a hard time recognizing American modern leftists as leftists. Same with right wingers. America made its own autism political spectrum, whereas like AM football versus soccer. I mean, you'd have to explain that a little bit more to me, because unfortunately the lens through which I by and large understand politics is probably pretty America brained, because those were the politics that my political awakening was very much like related to US politics. Okay, hold on. Stacey Abrams. Okay. American politician, lawyer, minority leader of the Georgia House of Representatives. So she was in Georgia. Abrams was the Democratic nominee for the 2018 Georgia gubernatorial election, becoming the first African-American female gubernatorial nominee in the United States. Oh, base. Okay. Yeah, she lost that to very, very narrowly. She also lost to Kemp in 2022, this time by a much larger margin of 7.5%. Is Brian Kemp the current governor of Georgia? I have to say, I don't like Brian Kemp, obviously, because he's a Republican, but he's also, if you remember, the guy who stood up against Trump when Trump was trying to get him to, trying to get him to rig the election in Georgia. Him and whoever his, yeah, Brian Kemp is the current governor. Yeah. And his attorney general, whose name I can't remember. Oh, Raffensperger. Yeah. So like, yeah, sure. If I look into Brian Kemp's policies, obviously I'm not going to like him. But like at the same time, I just want to say, like, at least he seems to believe in democracy. And now that we are taking a break from this, it's actually really fun, or it can be really fun watching him play this game. He's actually really good at this. Also, it's a bit crazy that he manages to be able to play this with. I wonder if well, actually, that's not true. I can definitely play certain things. But now that he is, okay, now that we are, he curses so much. Oh, who? Loner? I mean, yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't he? All right. We're going to listen to Trump. I'm going to listen to what he said.
For the second day in a row, President Trump stirring controversy in Washington, suggesting Republicans should nationalize elections as he continues to make false claims about widespread voter fraud.
If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
Trump first raising the idea Monday, saying this.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. the Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Early yesterday, allies of the president claimed he was referring to the SAVE Act, a proposal that would require Americans to provide.
Wait, sorry, what? My pure delicate ears? Fuck. Sorry, are you talking about Trump swearing, or was this too loud? Hopefully not. No. Oh, sorry, loner chat. Oh, okay. For example, the tone and direction of Bernie remarks prior to the invasion of Ukraine, the 10th of February 20, and his stance about NATO expansion, and similar for DSA, very unserious takes, which were like, "Ma Putin bad, but Russian people, meh, we need to follow their concerns, meh." Oh, well, yeah, I know. Like, there's a lot of dumb shit with regards to that. We'll kind of talk about that, because the more that I dig into that, it's been very, very interesting digging into what people in Eastern Ukraine actually thought. And what it was that they wanted, and asking the question: did Ukrainians want, or which did Ukrainians want, the EU versus the Russian customs union? The answer is, like, I guess a little bit more murky, because it wasn't overwhelmingly one or the other, which is what I'm finding as I'm doing my honest research, because I am not a propagandist and I am not just going to pretend that it was as simple or cut and dry or whatever. But I still disagree with Lactoid about, like again, none of this justifies Russia's invasion, and Lactoid is still fucking wrong when he tries to claim that, like, those people wanted to leave Ukraine, or that they should have, or that was like, just because they felt like they weren't being seen, because that's still not true at all. And like, majority still felt like, or at least I think the majority in Luhansk felt like they were Ukrainian, or like saw themselves as Ukrainian citizens. Less so in Donetsk, but even so, like, none of them wanted to leave Russia. I know I've said this many times, Sarcasmatron on Ukraine videos, especially the first one covers this, you should watch it. Yeah, I understand that, Only P, but I'd rather do the research myself instead of watching somebody else's video on it, you know? Because I just, this is like, this reminds me of people telling Destiny that he should watch this video or that video on Israel-Palestine. But I want to do my own research. I want to look into it myself, and I want to look up the polls, you know? Or rather, I want to get the clanker to pull up all the polls for me and then look through them. Because it's much easier to do that, because it's faster. But yeah, there's just various things. And, like, there's also other things that I thought of as well, too. Like, it seems that the majority of Ukrainians actually wanted to continue to trade with Russia while joining the EU. Yeah, but it's good stream content. I'll be completely honest with you. I actually have a hard time watching stuff on stream that's just gonna be informative shit, or shit that I largely agree with, because I feel like I don't have much to contribute to that. You'll remember more if you do research yourself. Yeah, you're right. That's true as well, too. Like, I remember a lot of this stuff, even though I haven't written it down in my notes yet, which is good, because it's up here. But I've still got a bunch more stuff I have to go through. And yeah, like, the research document is going, plus he puts the sources in the description. I mean, yeah, that's fine. And, like, sure, I might, like, watch some of that, but I feel like that's something, I feel like I have to have something else to do while I do something like that, because I'm just so ADHD brained. And if I'm not watching a video that's something that I disagree with, and that's basically just there to, like, inform me, then I feel like all I'm doing is just restreaming somebody else's content, and I don't really have much to offer to that, you know? That's why I would rather watch, you know, like, if I'm gonna watch, it's more interesting for me to watch a debate between, even if it's between someone I agree with and someone that I don't agree with, and then also between, or like, a video from a conservative, or like a stupid leftist who says shit that I disagree with, so that I can, like, pause every 5 seconds and get mad. You know, I think that that's more interesting than just, like, watching videos about shit that, like, is informing me of things. I feel like I'd much rather just do that off stream. Like, even just watching Preston Stewart, just, yeah, I don't know. I think watching news segments is maybe about as close as I'll get, but I'm still just, it's okay, Olympia. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm still feeling out exactly what it is that I want to do. And like the kinds of content that I would like to present to you guys, because I don't necessarily want to just copy other people, but I also want to do stuff that I enjoy doing. And yeah, if I'm basically, I'm trying to find something else that I can do in the background, like a video game or something where I can still be listening, and then I would watch informative content like that whilst I was also doing something else, because I'm so ADHD brained that it's hard for me to just sit here and watch videos, you know, if I'm not actively engaging with what's in the video.
Proof of citizenship when registering to vote.
I think the president has clarified what he meant by that, and that is that he supports the SAVE Act.
What the president was referring to is the SAVE Act, which is a huge common sense piece of legislation.
But later in the day, Trump making his view clear.
That is not what he meant.
The federal government should get involved. The state is an agent for the federal government.
By the way, this is what I think was the point. This is what he wants to try to do, and that was part of the reason why they went and took all of those things, or took all of those ballots from Georgia. It's because that he wants Pam Bondi to direct the the DOJ, and he wants the federal government to get involved in states' elections, which, by the way, is blatantly unconstitutional. And as you can see from all the backpedaling that was being done by the other Republicans there, none of them support that either. So this is not one of those things that's going to fly. It looks like people are actually going to stand up and say no, because that states, including Republican ones, aren't going to want shit that they control taken out of their hands and given to the federal government. Not even for Daddy Trump.
I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway.
The Constitution gives states the power to run elections, not the federal government.
What we're seeing is Donald Trump saying the quiet part out loud, that he wants totalitarian control over our election.
The Trump administration has tried to make several changes ahead of this November's midterm elections, including mid-decade redistricting to gain more House seats.
Oh, the Supreme Court ruled today, guys, by the way, that the Democratic thing can go through, or that the California's pro-democratic redistricting thing is allowed, which, you know, obviously, thank fucking God, because it would be so stupid if they let Texas do theirs, but it wouldn't let California do theirs.
And pressing at least 24 states to turn over their voter registration data.
And as for the SAVE Act, it is not expected to get the 60 votes needed to pass the Senate.
Good. Good.
This morning, President Trump is calling...
Okay. Yeah. But, I mean, I think we got the general gist of that. Republicans are not down with this. This isn't going to be something that Republicans are going to be able to do. And even just the fact that Caroline Leavitt is, like, walking this back, is basically saying, no, that's not what he meant. He was obviously talking about the SAVE Act, you guys. And like Senate Majority Leader John Thune was saying, like, no. I think the president has clarified what he meant by that, and that is that he supports the SAVE Act. So with respect to whether or not that signifies ensuring that only citizens of this country vote in our elections, that's something I think we all agree with. I mean, this is so dumb, by the way. It's already illegal to vote in an election if you are not an American citizen. That's already something that you can't do. It's such a stupid nothing burger thing. But yeah. So that was that. That was the big thing that Trump said. I know that was a very short segment, but I mean, I feel like that's probably like one of the most authoritarian things that he has said, like the most authoritarian policies that he has actually signaled for so far when it comes to elections. Surprised the Supreme Court wasn't partisan. I mean, in some ways I kind of am only P, but at the same time, that would be really, I feel like, I don't know, that'd be pushing it to kind of a ridiculous degree. I don't know that they could get away with that, honestly. But okay. What else are we gonna do? Is there stuff? What's going on in Israel? U.S.-Iran talks back on track after Trump warns Khamenei that he should be very worried. Okay. Cops IDF probing alleged arson and vandalism by settlers in West Bank Christian town. Really? Is it just because it's a Christian town? Is this the reason why people... Okay. Oh, Jesus. IDF drone footage shows Hamas gunmen transporting arms in ambulances in North Gaza. Also...
show as Aziz arrives at the house to find Kanye West alone on a couch, listening to 808s and heartbreaks.
I really want to just jump on Destiny's stream, but I don't want to be rude and just jump on, you know, when he's like in the middle of watching videos, even though he's in his Discord room. Aren't Palestinian Christians a tiny minority? I think so. Yeah, probably don't want to piss off the evangelicals. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of insane. Police and the IDF are investigating an arson attack and vandalism allegedly perpetrated by settlers early this morning in the West Bank Christian Palestinian village of Taiba? That sounds familiar. The Com public broadcaster reports the Zinni stuff are crazy. Wait, what Zinni stuff are you talking about, Insomniac? It's Destiny, it's fine. Oh, okay, yeah, just go interrupt him. I feel like Loner had this same problem where he was like, should I just jump in? I don't know if I can. But it seems like everybody else does. I probably should just do it. Didn't used to be as tiny. My grandfather was a Palestinian Christian from Nazareth. He got out 3 days before the Arab-Israeli war. Oh, damn. Photos published by Palestinian media show a car which has its back charred, along with Hebrew graffiti on a wall reading "Revenge" and Israel High, the nation of Israel lives. Snipe it if you are worried about the room temp, but you are also based as fuck, they think. What? Okay, oh, you can snipe it if you're... Oh, I see what you mean. I mean... I might wait a bit. Oh, there's 10K people watching. Damn. Okay. Is it schlep? Oh, is this schlep o'clock? Is this like American racists going after Sikhs post 9/11? Yeah, probably. It's all bots. No, I mean, it's 10K total, like between Twitch and Kick. It on his website, there's a viewer counter, and it tallies up the totals between both views, or between both streams. But yes, I remember when he was getting 100K viewers on Kick because somebody was viewbotting him. I thought that was funny. I don't think he was even talking about anything interesting when it happened. Cam publishes additional security footage, camera footage, timestamped about 5 a.m. this morning, showing 3 masked individuals arriving at and then fleeing from the site of the attack. Oh, yeah. No audio. Okay. Well, it's just... These fucking settler terrorist guys. Goddamn. Do you guys wait? You guys don't think that Kick's view count or viewer numbers are real? I think that it was Rumble where that was likely the case. I think that Kick fixed their shit and that they're not like botted anymore. Because I remember when I initially streamed on Kick, and like a long time ago. By the way, I'm live on Kick right now, but like I think about 3 years ago or whatever when I was first trying out streaming, but I just didn't have the energy for it because I had my job and I hated my job. But I remember I was trying that and I ended up with like probably way more viewers than I normally should have gotten on Kick. And yeah, it was just bots, I think, but that's not happening now. All I see is a nighttime jog. I think those are just this is the 3 people leaving and then coming and then running away. No. Oh, that's the burned out car, I guess. Oh yeah, there it is. No, it's right here. And then Palestinian reports settlers set fire to 2 vehicles in Christian village of Al Taiba near Ramallah and sprayed graffiti on one of the walls. Yeah. Later Wednesday, settlers also entered the nearby village of Burqa and assaulted a man, according to WAFA, the Palestinian Authority's official news agency. Footage published by Palestinian media showed 6 settlers, one of them with an IDF standard issue assault rifle, walking with livestock on the road in the village. Oh, that's what this was. Okay, so these guys are the settlers, and they've got, yeah, I can see one of them's got like a gun. It's kind of small, very small actually. Okay. Weird that Loner didn't find any footage of this kind. Wait, did Loner talk about this today? I don't know, this is just what's on Times of Israel. Meanwhile, a woman and her daughter were hospitalized after being assaulted by settlers this afternoon near Nablus in the northern West Bank, WAFA says. Separately, the Palestinian Red Crescent Society reports a 28-year-old was taken to a hospital after being shot in the leg by the IDF while he was driving a motorcycle in Jenin, also in the northern West Bank. The IDF does not immediately respond to a request for comment. You mean did not? The fuck, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Violence against women unheard of. I mean, I don't understand. Like, it'd be nice to know why they shot this dude in the leg and then proceeded not to arrest them if they did something. Because I would imagine if they were arrested, then something would have been said about it. But, okay. And then IDF drone footage shows Hamas gunmen transporting arms in ambulances in North Gaza. Armed Hamas operatives are seen using ambulances to transport weapons in northern Gaza, according to the Israel Defense Forces in drone footage published on Wednesday. Is this it? It's so blurry. Can we see the full video? There it is. Also, I would just like to say, Israel, what the fuck? Why do you not have high definition drone footage? Where is my 4K fucking 60 FPS fucking drone footage? All the money that the United States gives you, and you guys have like this grainy garbage? What the fuck? Come on. I do love how people say Israel is covering this all up. LOL, we do, but you have to be a premium member to get access. I see. I can't. It's so grainy. It's so difficult to tell. I can't fucking tell. Like, it looked like he had a gun, I guess. We should send Nick Shirley to see what they're doing with the money. Oh, okay, there you go. And there it is. There we go. They got rifles. Okay. Although I didn't see him put it in the ambulance, but there you go. I mean, I'm just like, where is it? I was just looking for it. It kind of looks like it's here, maybe? Like, okay, yeah, like this, he's got something black. It's just not obvious. There it is. You're forgetting that the Middle East is actually 480p. It's not in the ambulance. Yeah, I know, that's what's confusing. I don't... Hold on. Transporting arms in ambulances in North Gaza. I mean, it looks like he put something in that ambulance in that first part of the video there, and it looked like it was probably a gun. It's just really fucking grainy. That was my complaint, okay? That's why I'm saying, what the fuck, Israel? Why isn't your shit in higher definition? Because if it was, then we'd actually be able to see this better, you know, this evidence that you're trying to present us with. Armed Hamas operatives are seen using ambulances to transport weapons in northern Gaza, according to the Israel Defense Forces in drone footage published on Wednesday. The military said that routine drone operations in the Jabalia area, close to the Gaza ceasefire line, exposed how armed Hamas terrorists repeatedly and systemically use ambulances to transport operatives and weapons from a hospital to a school. Do we truly believe they don't have better quality? LOL. I mean, like, they probably do, but I mean, you know what? Honestly, maybe they don't. I don't fucking know. Like, they compress the fuck out of it. I mean, yeah, they may have, but I can't really tell that. I feel like if Epic was here, he'd probably be able to explain this. Because the other thing, too, is that, you are also talking about, like, how good is the signal with regards to, and which networks do they have access to with regards to, getting, like, video footage, right? Because the drone, I would have, oh, quality for what? I literally just got here. Oh, hello, Epic. So my, listen, you're gonna explain to me why this is a stupid thing, but the IDF published this video which claims to show that Hamas operatives are transporting stuff in ambulances. And it kind of looks like that, I guess, but I can't really tell because this quality is terrible. And so I just went on a little rant and said, what the fuck, IDF? Why isn't your shit in, like, fucking high definition? You know? Thank you for the follow on Kick, Ziggo. Oh god, Kay, no, it's about the sensor quality, it has nothing to do with network. Okay, I don't know how drones work, right? I told you. Wait, what did you tell me, Insomniac? Because if you have it, the other side has it too. Oh, yeah, okay. Deny the enemy the high def. Even a GoPro quality, what quality do y'all expect? The drone is probably at 25,000 feet altitude, viewing at a slant angle. I mean, yeah, that's Google's slant viewing angle. Oh, okay. Also, you're right about that too. Yeah, like they're not. It's funny. I'm gonna kind of assume that this is probably accurate to some degree, but and then consider the slant angle to the surface from that altitude with weather. Yeah. So. Obviously, this is just a TV show or whatever, but the people who worked on it were, like, did work in Israeli intelligence, or, like, for the IDF or whatever, but, like, in Fauda, it shows the extent to which that they had a great deal, like, that they have, like, an insane amount of intelligence and drone coverage and everything over the West Bank. Because the West Bank's a territory they control. But Gaza, or at least the Gaza part of where Hamas is not something that they control. And because of that, they're not necessarily going to be able to, get, like, a ton of shit, you know? Not all targeting pods are the same too, obviously. Yeah. Epic, can we just enhance with AI now? Yeah, if you yeah, we can do that if you want the IDF soldiers to have like, or if you want those Hamas guys to have like 3 hands and be missing heads. Absolutely. A drone has a much smaller payload than something like a U-2 for sensors. Oh yeah. Okay, so I mean that's also why, like, if you watch the Ukraine drone footage, it's all grainy as fuck too. Like, it's not like the quality's really good. But obviously, then if you watch the GoPro footage from the Ukrainian soldiers, it's amazing. But that's also because that's not being fucking streamed somewhere either and watched on a monitor. That shit is, like, the soldiers, I imagine, once they get back, they hand over their GoPro and people take the footage. I don't think that it's being, like, broadcast or streamed live. Like, it's not like soldiers are carrying around mobile internet streaming packs with them. All right, so I think I have an easy way to explain this to a normal person. You know how during the summer it gets hotter because the sunlight is hitting a more direct angle? Yes. And in the winter, because of the tilt of the Earth, the sunlight is hitting a less direct angle, so the Earth is colder? Yes. That's because there's less photons per square meter of surface area, causing less energy to impact the Earth, right? I'm just gonna say yes to that. I don't know fuck all about science, but okay. Wait. Slant angle. Slant angle between the pick axis and the normal direction of a... Is this, can I... The sensor's resolution is now stretched over a large surface. Okay, wait, hold on. Now imagine a drone flying at multiple thousands of feet of altitude, viewing the ground from across a high angle. The sensor's resolution is now stretched over a large surface area. Yeah, okay, no, I understand. So obviously, like, and I mean, you can even see it with this drone footage too. So this is just like fucking zoomed in. Yeah, like that's not even the center of the drone footage. So they have like zoomed in on this shit hardcore. And then cropped it to just show the important shit that they're trying to, like, show or whatever. And this looks like a different drone's footage. Or maybe a security camera footage, I don't know, because the quality of this seems considerably better than the other one, but yeah. Epic's definition is dumbing it down for normal people, is explaining... with another thing people don't get. No, it's not. It's just because I'm not, like, I think I understand though. Like, the issue is that this is 15x versus 4x. Yeah, we're talking about the zoom angle and also the fact that the drone is so high up and it's obviously not going to be able to transmit it's not, we're not going to get like fucking high definition 4K shit either. Yeah, drastically reduces. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Whereas in the West Bank, I would imagine that the IDF probably has access to much more avenues of surveillance because they control that whole territory. But that is not the case in Gaza. Like, they have not set up any of that infrastructure. They don't have control over... And anything that they are using to transmit any of the stuff back, yeah. I honestly have no idea what you're trying to say to me, but good luck. I don't understand what Bomber is saying. Yeah, this is like, they zoomed in on this hardcore, so no, I understand now. Like, they're not going to have super hella insanely high quality. Also, like, I'm sure they're limited in terms of what they can transmit to, as well. Because, it's not, and we're the same thing as when in Ukraine. Like, it's because whatever, in Gaza, whatever they can use, the enemy can use, assuming that, but I don't think, obviously, Hamas doesn't have access to these kinds of drones, I don't think. But in Ukraine, Russia does, so, yeah. There are aircraft that can carry sensors sophisticated enough to literally read what you're doing on your phone from 30,000 feet, but those are very limited, and they're pretty much only flown by the US. Yeah, no, I can believe you. And like obviously that stuff would have to be. Yeah, okay. So basically Israel's just not there yet and they just don't have that shit. And even if they did, I don't know if they would be deploying it in an area where they don't have air support. Well, actually, I guess they do have air support. Of course, they have air support superiority. It's not like Hamas has is flying planes or whatever. But they are clearly using different technology to do surveillance on Gaza than whatever it is they have in the West Bank, where they have control over all the infrastructure and stuff. Hostages kidnapped during the October 7th, 2023 massacre and taken to Gaza have also said in interviews that they were moved around the strip in ambulances. Additionally, a senior Biden administration official accused Hamas in November 2023 of trying to sneak its fighters out of Gaza in ambulances that evacuated dozens of wounded Palestinians to Egypt. Despite a U.S. brokered truce entering its second phase last month, violence has continued in the Gaza Strip, with Israel and the Hamas terror group accusing the other of breaching the agreement that came into effect on October 10th, 2025. Earlier on Wednesday, the military said an IDF reservist officer was seriously wounded by gunfire from Palestinian operatives in the northern Gaza Strip overnight. Oh yeah, that's right. I saw that. That was like a thing that happened. They were shooting at each other. Yeah, for that you want a U2S Dragon Lady, which is something only we fly. Ooh. Lockheed U2. I love how all of these things have like have nicknames. Damn, it looks large. Is it actually this big? Or is it Oh no, or is this yeah. Reconnaissance aircraft. Okay. Since the 1950s. Manufactured. Okay, I'm assuming that you're talking about a newer one. The wingspan is insane. Oh, it's outdated. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty huge, massive wingspan. You need a spacesuit to fly at too because it basically flies in space. You have to use a truck to help it land. Okay. Is there like a newer version of this? Or wait, was in the 1970s or in like the 60s and 70s or whatever, was this there's no way that this was able to get that good quality that high, like from that far away. Oh, the U2S is the current model in service. Okay. U2S Dragon Lady. I see. Which of course, wait, will Wikipedia have the current model? Oh, specifications U2S. Damn, look at that thing. Variants. U2R/S. They update the cameras every few years, but the original model would read a newspaper headline from the stratosphere in the 50s with film. Jesus, that's fucking crazy. Actually, wait, that makes sense. Yeah, because it was with film. Film is like, of like insanely, yeah, obviously, you know, like you can, as far as I understand it, film, you can film at really high quality or whatever. That's why it's very easy for, to release like old movies that were shot on film in like high definition. Because I don't think you really have to do much in order to like, yeah, like in order to, it's not like that. The quality of that is, I think, really high. The film cameras were fucking huge and weighed 2,000 pounds. The lenses, were the lenses were the weight of the lenses were the weight of the average car back then. Okay, so we're entering into this computer this computer fills a whole room territory. Now it's little digital cameras, and you can take way more pictures. Based. Yeah. Okay. This must have been hella fucking expensive, although it probably still is. As usual, the United States is ahead of the curve. Don't look up at NATO reporting. Don't look up the NATO reporting name of the MiG-15 or the AN-22. Those were Russian, right? Like the MiGs were Russian fighters. You had to be married to fly one to reduce the risk of detections. Wait, so like, you know, in case like you didn't do anything crazy, like just because they knew there was like something you were attached to, so you would like actually come back. Oh, or did you mean defections? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. All right. You know what that reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of in East Germany, they would only let you leave and go across the border into the West if like you passed, you know, some sort of check. Like they were very picky about who was allowed to leave and who wasn't. Although obviously, like these aren't like for the same reasons. For the United States, like they would have had a good reason because that's like crazy shit, and they didn't want to take any risks of losing that technology. Whereas in East Germany, it was because they just didn't want people to leave because they knew that living there was shit. But if they let people leave, then they'd lose all their talented people because they'd all run away to the West where they could actually like live much better lives. Actually, on the subject, if you may allow me to nerd out for a moment, there was, let me see if I can find it. When the wall was going up, in the 1960s, there was a guy. He was a border guard, and initially they were just like they were still building it. And the line was there, and they had like barbed wire. And there's a famous photograph of a German East German border guard jumping over the barbed wire and like basically running away to the West. And he did it, which I thought like it's an amazing story. I wonder if it's in here. Someone like snapped a picture of him. Is the photo in here? It should be. It was during the construction of the wall. Berlin Crisis of 1961. Might have been during this. There were also another bunch of incidences as well. There was a guy who tried to escape and he got shot, and he died like right in front of like in the the spot between the two wall, or between like he didn't make it to the Western, but he died like right in front of the Western media, and there were pictures of his body like very close to like the wall basically. My dad had some funny stories about trolling the East German guards when he was stationed in West Berlin. Yeah, I remember learning about this because I thought this was really interesting at the time. Because, like, obviously I was also learning German history. Also, hello! Hello, sir! How are you doing? I haven't gotten any donations today, chat. What's going on? Although there's also only 26 of you here, so I'm not really expecting, the best time to stream for me, I think, is probably in the morning, so that I can catch all the Israelis and then go into the afternoon. And I suspect my biggest viewer days are probably going to be on weekends, especially Saturdays, when Loner's not around, and in the mornings when Destiny's not around either. Hi! Oh, he's purring so loud. Where is the that famous photograph? Konrad Schumann. There it is. He just ran and he just did it. He just jumped. He escaped to West Germany during the construction of the Berlin Wall. August 15th, 1961. I think we might even have it on video, but yeah, it's whoever, like, it's a famous photograph, and somebody managed to get that picture of him doing that. And he's lucky he didn't get shot, but I mean, he made it over the line. Obviously, yeah, it's a very sort of famous. Oh, Facebook video. Oh, it's from oh shit, Jesus. None of you guys even saw anything that I was showing you because that Jesus, I'm so stupid. There's the photo. Sometimes I think about that sometimes. This is like one of those things that you feel when that I feel, at least, or at least it hits me when I'm studying history, you know, like just imagining how, like, you know, moments like this and the general overall impact of all that. And remember too, like the Berlin Wall was like a thing because it literally divided a city. So like families were separated if they happened to be in like one part of the city from the other part. And yeah, it just like East Germany didn't want people being able to go back and forth easily. So yeah, this guy, he jumped. Think. Hello. Video is unavailable. Boo. Why would it show up on a Google search? Why would you do this? Hi. Hi, buddy. Oh my God. Look at this baby. He's so cute. Love you. I'm actually curious what the funny stories about trolling the East German border guards. Aww. Oh, also The Lives of Others is a really good movie that one should watch about East Germany and about the Stasi. The Stasi, those guys are like the East Germany's secret police were fucking insane for the spying that they did and stuff. And also the kind of torture that they employed as well. Like we went when I was in Berlin, we went and visited their prison. And they used a lot of psychological torture methods more so than, like, I think the KGB or like the Russians were a lot more just like straight, just regular torture. But some of the things that they would do, it was pretty sort of nightmare fuel inducing. Aww. He likes the chin rub. Have you watched the movie Das Leben der Anderen, if we're talking about Easter? Yeah, I have. That's The Lives of Others. That's its English translation. Yeah, I have. I own that movie, actually. I've seen it a few times. I own it on Blu-ray. But that is a movie that I would absolutely that we will watch for the movie night thing. It's a great film. I mean, it gets some things wrong, but it's a good movie. Yeah. Oh, I know. As late and oh, you were late. Okay. Have you seen Joint Security Area? No, I haven't, but I need to. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you were behind. That's fine. Hold on. Actually, I just remembered. That was a movie. I only know about this movie because of this is from the Korean the DMZ between the North and the South. But yeah, this is a Korean film. But that I need to I need to watch this. Because I haven't the only reason why I know about this is because that it showed up on a poll when DGG was doing movie nights. And yeah. Unser Mutter Unser Vater was very good, although World War II German film, not Cold War. That's wait, is that a movie? Isn't that is that not called what's it, Generation War? Or am I thinking of a different thing? Yeah, that's Our Mothers, Our Fathers, but hold on. Yeah, it is. It's a TV show. It's this, yeah. And listen, Epic, I agree. I'm sure this was probably very good, but I just can't get over the fact that they portrayed the Polish resistance as being like super anti-Semitic, and that annoys the fuck out of me. So it makes it much more difficult for me to want to like watch this because I'm such a fucking snob. But I should because it's good. There's so many other movies. That I watched, like German films that were about World War II that I thought were really good. Another one was A Woman in Berlin, which is about, you know, what the like the immediate aftermath of World War II when the Russians were occupying Berlin and obviously like what they did to a lot of the women there. That's a dark one. Oh yeah, Das Boot is one. I actually have not seen Das Boot. Obviously Downfall, that's a pretty good one. They do get a few wrongs, but yeah. Generation War is the English title, but if you watch it, or at least when I watched this, because it was on Netflix, I watched it in German, obviously, because who the fuck watches things that are dubbed when you can watch them in their original language and just read the subtitles? Also at the time I was learning German too, so I wanted, or like I was, you know, like, yeah. German was my oh yeah, The Pianist is really good. I haven't seen Jojo Rabbit. I haven't heard, you know. Is it based on a book, The Woman in Berlin? What? Yeah, it's based on the diary of a I think. It's based the 2008 movie. Yeah. Also known as The Downfall of Berlin, anonymous. Yeah, it's about an anonymous German woman. Or she wrote yeah, based on the book Eine Frau in Berlin, which was published anonymously in 1959 in Germany by Martha Hithers. Okay, she was a German journalist, and she published anonymously. I don't know if it was based on her experiences, but yeah, it's about the treatment of civilians in Soviet-occupied Berlin, final days of World War II and its immediate aftermath. And it's basically it's about the rapes essentially of the of German women after the Soviets. It's obviously a dark movie, you know. It's not like an easy watch or whatever, but it is a good movie. I need dubs for when I'm not watching the movie. I just got back. We're talking about Nazis again. No, we're not. We're talking about German films, or we're talking about like good history movies. Inglourious Bastards is a pretty good documentary. That's an excellent troll. Thank you. I mean, yeah, Inglourious Bastards is a good movie. You know, obviously I knew it wasn't going to be like like it's not a historical movie, so I don't care. Or at least it doesn't purport itself to be. I'm trying to think of what else was there. Oh, there's also this one. Der Tunnel. This is about like the a tunnel that was dug by a bunch of guys in order to escape from East Germany into the West. It's loosely based on true events in Berlin, on the East German border. Following the closing of the East German border in August 1961 and the subsequent construction of the Berlin Wall. Yeah. This was good too. When I was in university, I watched like I basically hunted down so many fucking movies like this. Emperor, Glory, Midway, not the new remake, are the best historical films objectively, of course. Oh yeah, and of course they're all about the Pacific War. Wait, you're not talking about a 20... When was this movie made? Enemy at the Gates was... I mean, listen, I like Enemy at the Gates because I saw that movie like when I was like in high school, but I mean, obviously that was not a particularly accurate movie, but I still thought it was fun. I enjoyed it. Yeah, yes, Enemy at the Gates is obviously cringe with regards to actors. Captain America is a good movie, but it's not like a good history movie. Enemy at the Gates is yeah, exactly. Glory is about the first African-American unit to fight in the Civil War. Oh, I've seen Glory. When was Emperor made, though? Is it the 2012 film? That's the worst sex scene in movie history. Is this the movie that you're talking about, Epic? Stuka's 1941. Yeah, Valkyrie's good. I liked Valkyrie. I mean, obviously they like their portrayal of Hitler wasn't necessarily, spot on, but Doctor Strangelove seems to be unfortunately timeless. Yeah, Doctor Strangelove's a funny movie. Yes, it's the 2012. Oh, okay. American Japanese historical drama. Ooh. Douglas MacArthur. Interesting. I had not heard of this, but that's also probably because I've also seen Letters from Iwo Jima. I thought was pretty good too. But it's been a long time since I've seen that. You should give it a try sometime or check out the trailer when you're thinking about it. Yeah, absolutely. No, I will. Yeah, no, Boy in the Striped Pajamas was not great. Neither was Life is Beautiful. At least not like from the perspective of accuracy or just like kind of silliness. As far as like, but I mean, I've rambled a whole bunch about the best Holocaust films are the ones you've never heard of, like The World Will Tremble and The Gray Zone. Obviously, like Schindler's List was pretty good, but it's not kind of obviously. It's been years since I watched it. I'd have to go watch it again, but the book it's based on was written by the Japan expert in MacArthur's staff during the occupation. Okay, yeah. I don't know that much about. I feel like this is going to be one of those things where probably what will happen is I'll watch this movie and then like I'll go on like a little Wikipedia rabbit hole dive so that I can learn a whole bunch of shit about this. Because that's what always happens when I watch a movie that is interesting to me. Like, I still need to finish watching Son of Century, by the way, the miniseries about Mussolini. I'm like, I think about 4 episodes into it, but I've already learned a bunch of shit about like fascist or not like, or about like Mussolini's rise to power that I didn't know before just because that I watched that. Like, I then went and read about it afterwards. That's usually what'll happen. Now you guys are just naming war films. I'm not necessarily like I think foreign language films can be really interesting. That would be the best outcome. It's a very important history to our world today. Oh, I know. I still need to learn about the Pacific War. Listen, there's so much history stuff that I want to like learn about and whatnot. I didn't know they made a series of how Murutsi's grandfather. Good one, Shays. Yeah. But there's been, you know, a bunch of stuff. Okay. Hello. Oh, what about the Stasi? Listen, one of the reasons why I even know like stuff about the Stasi is because that my Holocaust history professor in in university was that was his area. That was like his whole thing that he was studying and that he was interested in, and he wrote a book about it and stuff. So yeah. Back to start of movie arc in chat. Yeah. Well, no, The Lives of Others is a good film. I also don't really think that they've really portrayed that particular aspect of you know, and there's a museum about the Stasi in Berlin as well too, that I went to visit when I was there, that I thought was really interesting. Didn't the Stasi recruit former Gestapo? Probably, I think so. That sounds correct, and it would make sense, especially since in East Germany, they didn't seem to give half as much of a fuck about, like, hiring, you know, people who were former Nazis and whatnot. Although, obviously, in West Germany, they didn't give a fuck about that either, to be fair. Like, I mean, there were professors that were former Nazis at universities and stuff, and that was, like, a big thing. Germany still dealt with it better than Japan did, but... Okay, stop! Stop just naming movies! Jesus. Jojo Rabbit, Oh, you know what? You know what else I need to watch? No, Guess Who's Back? Film. This. Look Who's Back, that's what it's called. This is a German satirical comedy movie, and the premise is that like Hitler like kind of like time travels and shows up in the present day, in like 2015 in Germany. And then he goes and he talks to his Nazis. Stop naming movies! Jesus! I'm not just gonna watch random movies. Melania 2026. Okay, guys. Enough. No more movies. I do need to watch. At some point, I'm gonna watch this, though. This looked really funny. I've seen the scene where he goes and talks to the neo-Nazis, like, in Germany, and he's, like, super disappointed with them. Yeah, yes, I know about Kurt Waldheim. I'm aware. Yes, he was a former member of the Wehrmacht. I know. And also, obviously, Operation Paperclip. And then, like, Operation... the fucking Soviet one that I can't fucking pronounce. Wow, we sure did go on this deep dive. Anyway. Trying to think of what the fuck I want to do now. Yeah, I know. Everybody always talks about Band of Brothers. Apparently Generation Kill is really good. Best W2 movie is Band of Brothers. Paperclip is How My Grandfather Got Here. Wait, really? Oh, interesting. Wait, your grandfather was a Nazi? No, I'm just kidding. I'm assuming that your grandfather was a German scientist. Are you still watching Pisco versus Hutch? I mean, Kalinda, you haven't seen Band of Brothers? No, I haven't. I have not seen Band of Brothers. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that I haven't seen. I don't know if I actually care about watching Band of Brothers. But yeah. Like I don't know if it matters. Hello. Can I help you? God damn it. I really just want to play video games right now. I just want to play Marvel Rivals. I fucking love that game. And I've usually been playing it in the evenings too. Speaking of, guess who became the next president of Chile? Who? Who became the next president of Chile? Is it some crazy populist person? My grandfather was in the Kriegsmarine on Prince Eugene. He was an officer there from the 30s to 1945, then the U.S. Navy 1945 to 46. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. So he was in the German Navy. I was just gonna say, so your grandfather was a Nazi, but I'm guessing probably not, or maybe he was. I don't fucking know. I assume no though. Other than like maybe because that he like there was a general expectation of people to join the party, but that doesn't mean that everybody who did believed it. That's a whole other conversation, by the way. Or not a whole other conversation, but you know, are you denying the existence of Nazi grandparent? No, of course not. All I'm saying is that it's a pretty debated topic among historians about the extent to which that the German people fully believed in or agreed with everything that the Nazis did, and also like in terms of like things like the Holocaust, and also the extent to which that that they supported the Nazis as the war went on, as well as the extent to which they resisted. In particular, there was a debate about passive forms of resistance. So like things that they may have done in order to like passively resist the Nazis instead of actively doing so. The example that was given in my Nazi Germany class was a guy walking down the street with 2 briefcases so that he could avoid giving the Hail Hitler salute to like any of his friends or coworkers or whatever, that kind of shit. And if this was determined to be like was this a passive form of resistance, you know? There's an argument over this, or there was at least an argument over this. I think the German population definitely knew killings were occurring. Oh yeah, no, they knew. I guess like the question is often asked, or I mean, I guess it depends. It depends on like, did they all know? Probably not. But did the ones who like, obviously people in Dachau couldn't deny that they knew. Of course they fucking did, because they lived like right there. Like Dachau is a little village that's outside of Munich, or it's a town outside of Munich, and the concentration camp is right there. So, you know, like you could see the chimney or whatever. And then in other cases, word got out because that the Einsatzgruppen would take pictures of what they were doing and they would send them home to their families. So yeah. That's something that, you know, they knew. I guess from what I remember learning about it, my general opinion was that it seems to be that they knew, but they were mostly just apathetic about it, or like they just didn't think about it, or they didn't want to think about it, rather than that they were openly supportive of it and they loved it, or that like a large portion of them were against it. They were mostly just apathetic. Like it was like, you know, you kind of just close your eyes and close your ears and just sort of pretend like, you know, la la la, that's not a thing, that, or like I'm not listening. Yeah. This doesn't concern me, that kind of shit. Soldiers and officers did not have to become members of the party to serve in the Kriegsmarine. Oh, I don't mean to serve in the Kriegsmarine. I just meant that my understanding was that you needed to or was that it was generally expected of you for certain instances to like join the party, like as a social thing. Not that not that it was expected of you in order to be in the Kriegsmarine or the Wehrmacht or any of that. Chile elected the son of a Nazi. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Wait, 2025? Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Prince Eugene was transferred to the U.S. Navy as a war prize, and at the time had the most advanced sonar system on Earth. My grandfather was a sonar expert and helped the U.S. mount the system on a U.S. submarine. That sonar that sonar that was reverse engineered to make a lot of the submarine sonars we used during the 1950s during the Cold War. Oh, based. Interesting. That's neat. It's also cool that, yeah, following in your grandfather's footsteps in a way, I suppose. He lost the previous election to a socialist. Socialist tenure was overall disappointing. Now he got, and he got rejected. Okay, so. Is this the guy? President-elect of Chile? Oh, okay. He's assuming office on March 11th. Born in Santiago into a German family. Parents originally from Bavaria, historical records indicate his father served in the German army during World War II and was a member of the Nazi Party. Oof! Not good. Yeah, except I hate the Eternal Teuton, aka the German entity. Wait, what? Okay. I understand this because in USSR was expected to be a member of the Communist Party if you wanted to get a career, if you didn't have to. But okay, I mean, yeah, I might be wrong about the Nazi Party with regards to that. I thought that was although I think it may have depended upon which part of German society you were trying to be part of. Obviously, if you wanted to do anything like related to politics or whatever, or I think probably working in government, you definitely had to be a member of the party. I don't know that they extended it outwards. Like the Wehrmacht, was absolutely at least the Wehrmacht, the army, was absolutely was ideologically captured. Like there was stuff related to that, and I would imagine that's probably similar to other stuff. But yeah, the Navy was the least Nazi and the Air Force was the most Nazi. Pilots needed to be party members, sailors did not. Okay, yeah, I mean I think that tracks with a lot of what I have heard. Especially since Goering was in charge of the fucking of the Luftwaffe, and the Luftwaffe was incredibly and like Goering was an early member of the Nazi Party, so that makes even more sense that he would like demand that. The Navy was full of monarchists and historically was the most liberal institution. Oh yeah, I mean, wasn't it like, I think you told this story that the Navy was also like sailors that rebelled in World War I as they were losing. Like I think at the end. Didn't the Chilean socialists get cock-blocked by conservatives in the legislation constantly by saying the Constitution doesn't say you're allowed to do that? I don't know. And a lot in the Navy during World War II in Germany wanted the monarch to come back and save them from Hitler. Of course, there were lots of open Nazis in the Navy, but they were most concentrated in the submarine force, which was all volunteer. Yeah, that's something like I said, I don't know as much about the war itself. Or I think I have like a general understanding of the course of the war in Europe, but I don't necessarily know as much about the war itself and the people who fought it, because the main area of focus for me was like, the Nazi rise to power and some of the stuff that they did within that after they came to power, and then obviously the Holocaust. And so like not the Nazis themselves as well too. Like the different people within the Nazi Party. But there's so much, obviously. And it's all been I think it's very nice though that you can like basically go on like a huge deep dive into all of this stuff and learn so much about it, like because World War II is one of the most studied conflicts. Actually, it's probably the most studied conflict in history. And that era, like a lot of people have studied Nazi Germany. When I was trying to figure out what it was that I wanted to look into, or what I wanted to be like my research project when I went into grad school, it was very difficult because like I kept thinking I want to do something related to Nazi Germany, but there's just so little to look into there because so many people have already cornered the market on that, and you have to do something different. Didn't the Imperial German Navy have socialists? Probably. What about the breakup of the Beatles close seconds? I actually don't know. I think it really depends. But I obviously World War II has captured the world's imagination in a lot of ways because it's one of the few instances of like one of the few cases of where you can look at a conflict and say, hey, this was about good versus evil. And it is like, even though it's obviously, if you look into it more, it's not like so black and white, you know, like because obviously the Allies did some bad stuff too, but none of the stuff that they did comes anywhere close to like the bad shit that was done by Japan or Nazi Germany. But I mean, actually, I guess like the real less black and white part of it is obviously Hitler versus Stalin, because then it's just, then shit just gets crazy. And there's a reason why the Eastern Front was one of the most brutal fronts of the war, because like the shit that those two groups of people did to each other was it was bad. Specifically the European theater of World War II, to be honest. Yeah, like with regards to the good and evil thing, yeah, probably. Although, I mean, I don't know, Japan was really fucking bad too, so. And they did a lot of bad stuff. And it seemed like, Epic, you know what? You should probably tell me if I'm incorrect about this. This is what I learned, and it stuck with me. And I'm actually probably wrong, but I took a course called Pacific Century like a long time ago, like at university, and it was one of the things that they taught us with regards to Japan was that when Imperial Japan like decided to like do its imperialism shit, they looked at the West. And then they were like, you know what? We can probably do this better. Or like they were basically like, it's like they learned from the West how to do it or something. But they did it way, way, way better than the West did. And by better, I mean worse, because they were terrible to all the people that they occupied. And they had this mentality about like being the superior Asian people or whatever. And that's why they treated all of their all the people that they conquered so badly, or one of the reasons, you know. I learned it from watching you. Yeah, like kind of. It seemed like they were like, we're gonna do imperialism, but we're gonna do it better than you Westoids. No, I mean for what people care about and focus on, the West mostly ignores the war outside of Europe, and a bunch of people think that war only starts when fighting starts in Europe. Oh, okay, I understand what you mean. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Obviously, because that America fought Japan, that's definitely going to be something that like more Americans will focus on. But yes, I think broadly overall of the two sides that get focused on, the war in Europe is definitely the biggest one, that gets the most discussed, you know. Yeah. So that's kind of true in the way it oversimplifies in the wrong way, bit somewhat vaguely. Okay. Japanese Empire were the master race of imperialists. I mean, I figured it was probably going to be more complicated than that. Let's be honest with ourselves. But I mean, the course that I took was a fucking survey course too, and mind you, this was like probably 20 years, no, not 20 years, yeah, maybe 20 years ago, but something, yeah. The Meiji Restoration is phenomenally important. There's some good books on it or lectures floating around, but the Meiji Restoration is when Japanese imperialism comes about. And yes, it was in response to the US showing up as an imperial power in a way. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, that it was related to that. The Meiji Restoration was when Japan, like, modernized all their shit, right? But the story is really complicated, to say the least. I would assume as much. History is often always complicated, which is why it's interesting, because people are complicated. So there's usually more to it than something overly simplistic. But yeah. I figure that what I said like probably played some role in it, and it's kind of funny to think of it that way, but you know, obviously there's going to be more to it than just that, because that's kind of crazy to just simplify, you know. But that's a whole other thing though. Goddamn. Like to even jump into. And then you find out how Germany planned to send a Tiger tank to Japan using a submarine. Wait, just one? Just a singular Tiger tank? Or were they going to send more than one? Or did they just want to send one as like a test to see if they could do it, and then after that they would send more? Just one Tiger tank. So I've been learning like a whole bunch of shit about like Ukraine. I've got where's my research document? The Eurocentrism is a curious blind spot to notice. Like my friend married to a Mexican was astonished he doesn't know European facts that are common knowledge here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not terribly surprised by that. That would make sense, you know. It ends with when Emperor Meiji passes a new constitution in the 1870s. Major restoration begins in the 1860s with the U.S. Navy Commodore. Oh yeah, Commodore Perry arrived and accidentally started a civil war, leading to a new imperial administration coming to power. That was about I'm assuming that was about like opening Japan, right? To like get them to like trade and shit. Was that not the whole point of that? To try to like to come there to force them to fucking like open up and start doing trade with the West, which I believe had been tried by other countries previously. The Civil War, Matthew Perry. Wait, what? What does everybody say? It's about Japan, the Meiji Restoration. Happened after Commodore Perry showed up with the US. And he brought guns! Although, actually, they may have had those already. I'm not sure. Yeah, Commodore Matthew Perry. What about him? They already had guns before. Okay. Oh, wait. Were those brought over by others or, fuck, there's so much shit that, I hear that, like, China invented gunpowder, but they didn't use it for guns, and then the West did, but I don't know if that's true. These are so many things. The major restoration happened around a decade after the meeting. His name is funny because Matthew Perry. Oh. Perry said he would return in 1 year to negotiate treaties. In doing so, he started a civil war. That rip. Oh wow, more than one. Which one? Which one is it? Oh, it's this one. The power struggle between the shogun and the emperor. Yeah. Again, this is all super oversimplifying. I mean, that's usually where you start, and then you start digging in, you know. It kind of can help to have like a basic oversimplified overview, and then you begin to dig into it further in order to learn more about it. Like that's what I did initially when I was learning about Somaliland, and then I started like reading more and more to get more details. Ocean War, Japanese Revolution or Japanese Civil War in Japan, 1868, 1869. Oh, the Tokugawa shogunate. Okay. And a coalition seeking to seize political power in the name of the imperial court. Result, imperial victory. Okay. Increasing Western influence in the country. Yeah, this is something to read about. I put one of my opinion as a decisive historical work to familiarize yourself with the topic in your stream suggestions. Oh, thanks. Oh boy. This is something that I am actually interested in learning about. It's just, I got... Oh, hey, you put more stuff in here. Camera pack from the U2. Can I show this picture on Stream Epic? At the same time, we were colonized the Philippines, and yes, Japan was watching closely. Oh, okay. So in a way, Japan was like, "Hey, we're watching how you do it." This is the camera from the U2. Look at that thing. It's fucking huge. The only reason why I asked is because this picture looks like you took this. It looks like this was taken, but this is probably just something that you found. There it is. God damn. What is this? The War Thunder forms? Listen, this is what happens when Epic comes in here, okay? It's either going to be, if Epic's in here or SDA, okay? Although when SDA is in here, he starts fucking, he starts, like, telling me to look up this or that. And then we start talking about how sexy this plane or that plane is. Or not Epic, sorry, SDA. And then like the entire stream just becomes defense porn. Which is always very funny. The Japanese Empire Grand Strategy from the Meiji Restoration to the Pacific War is a book that Epic put in stream suggestions. Wait, is this written by Sarah Payne? Or is it someone else? The reason why is because the name... Or is this... Oh, this person's written a whole bunch of history of Japanese or of like Asian history stuff. $361 pages. Now I actually wish that I had gotten that 3-month Kindle Unlimited trial when I bought my Kindle. You know what? She did Japanese and Chinese military history, or did, now retired for the War College. She's military. He meant Japanese military. Autocorrect is fucking him. The Japanese sent envoys to Berlin to study with Bismarck. Only P, are you saying Bismarck was the most overrated leader ever? I mean, honestly, he might be. I don't know. I think Bismarck was like a really interesting dude because if I recall correctly, he literally fucking like engineered a series of wars in order to unite the German Empire. Bismarck was what TV Tropes refers to as a magnificent bastard. Like, yeah, that guy was really good at political maneuvering. Sarah is an expert on cheese warfare. Listen, this book's written by by a historian, so based, a Naval War College historian too. But honestly, Epic, usually when I'm reading about this shit, I often just start with fucking Wikipedia. But, you know, reading books on stuff is obviously also a good thing. It's just so hard to find the time. Bismarck was the most influential European statesman of his time, but he was also a piece of shit that ultimately engineered Germany's long-term downfall. I mean, yeah, obviously he wasn't a good, or like he didn't do, not everything he did was good. Although he predicted World War I, funnily enough. He said that it was going to be that it was going to be caused by some crazy shit in the Balkans or whatever. And I think part of the reason, I think it seemed like he had some sort of long-term plan in order to remove, or in order to like get Germany to greatness or whatever. But then he got fired. Wikipedia can be nice, but if you read that book, you can do it in a day or two and have a fully understanding than years of nights in Wikipedia. Then again, I don't know how your schedule looks. Okay, Epic, I think that you severely overestimate how fast I read if you think that I'm going to be able to read this book in a night or two. Then again, it's not that long. It's only 361 pages, so I mean, that's something. I probably yeah, or at least this book's not as long as like it took me an entire summer to read Ian Kershaw's 2-volume Hitler biography because I mean, and both books I think are like 800 pages though, so. It's been a very long time since I have read stuff, like since I've like read books that weren't like novels or whatever. Oh, hold on. I got something for you then, one sec. But I mean, I have my Kindle now and I do want to read things. I'm just like looking for things that'll catch me. I feel like right now, if I was going to be reading any books about stuff, I feel like it should be about Ukraine though. But then again, the Ukraine stuff is such recent history that it's honestly easier to just do like, you know, normal shit. Also, hold on. Oh. What's Destiny doing? Is he done playing video games? Fuck it. If he's still in there, I'm going in.
Oldest, most recognizable intelligence publications, the World Factbook, has sunset. The World Factbook served the intelligence community and the general public as a long-standing...
Wait, what? The CIA World Factbook is gone? They're selling in stream suggestions you can listen to that covers some but not all of the book's topics. Oh, Sarah Payne, How Imperial Japan Defeated Tsarist Russia, and Qing China, Qing China. I don't know how to, you know what? At least Japanese names, you can kind of mostly sound them out. I feel like fucking Chinese names are like goddamn hard mode. Like insane hard mode. And like Vietnamese names are also super annoying too. It's Qing, the Qing dynasty, okay. Really what I need to do, I think it's probably an issue with the transliteration. Yeah. The Qing dynasty, yeah. I was like, the Qing dynasty, I don't fucking know. It's probably the transliteration, right? It's because, like, it's not, it's much like, I imagine, with Ukraine or whatever. I have the mental fortitude to repeat what my GF has said about Chinese names right now. Skill issue, Kalinda, skill issue. Listen, okay? You need to forgive me. I am a white woman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Sorry, I'm like, I should just go in. What am I waiting for? He's probably gonna end soon. It's like 8 o'clock.
What they based it on, what data?
Oh, also Epic. I went on Lonerbox's stream today, and I told him about why Trump actually wants Greenland. You'd be so proud of me. I went in there and I corrected him, and I informed him that no, it is not the Mercator projections. I have the mental fortitude to not repeat what my GF said about Chinese names right now. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm guessing that it was probably not something good. Vietnamese names are impossible. Agreed. Did you tell him about penguins? No. Must have been when I was working. Yeah, it was. It was like, it was earlier. I keep forgetting though that you were, of course, on that fucking California time. So, yeah.
$100 a month. You think people that can barely afford housing like that's the housing that we're talking about when we talk about the housing crisis? Quote unquote, they were draining.
You must have been triggering chat earlier. There's a whole bunch of people in stream disagreements. My GF from Japan, yeah, they are CEOs of insane racial slurs. Oh, Jesus. Well, Kalinda lives in Ontario? Yes, I do. Wait, did I say something about how I lived in Ontario? Or did someone in chat say it? I've mentioned it before. Sorry, I'm embarrassed to say I only have good pronunciation of Chinese names because I played Genshin Impact for a bit. I went into Lonerbox chat and his mods banned me from owning him. From owning him or for owning him? Nuts are good. Huh. Why? What did you say to him? By the way, I've seen people in Loner chat talking about winter in Ukraine, tundra, Arctic winds, etc. That's dumb. This winter is exceptional. We had warm European winter for years. Oh yeah, no, I mean, people are talking about how Russians are freezing to death in Ukraine. Like Russian soldiers. Because of how insanely bad. You said Epic is on California time, meaning you aren't Ontario is the only option. Wait, really? Okay. Is it? Is it the only option? Okay, whatever. I mean... Actually, that's not true. I could live, like, in a different province that's on a different... But yeah, I'm on the Eastern time zone. But yeah, Hello, cat. May I help you? Is there something that you want? Slow blink? I love you, kitty. Remember to slow blink at your cats, or if they slow blink back at, and if they slow blink, or slow blink at them if they slow blink at you, they're saying that they love you. Alberta time. Alberta time is the only other option. There are only two provinces, Ontario and Alberta.
Raped a bunch of people and he was terrible, right? But he's still only one guy. What about the hundreds of thousands of people that are doing this in the country right now?
Hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants are raped.
God. By the way, nothing is more funny than watching Destiny get triggered by Asmongold, because Asmongold, but like I also get triggered by Asmongold, so I can't even. There is no way I'm watching a prairie dweller. I see. Cute aggression is only exceptional option to show love to cat. Come here. Come here. Oh. Hello. Can I help you, sir? Hi. Stewart time. Yes, exactly. ZJM's not here to give me money or to kick off giving me money. Aw, for Stewart pets. No, that's okay though. There's only like 22 of you here, so. And and of course, fucking Boxman is still live. He's still live. Because, like, this is what the game does to him, don't you know? But you know what? That's fine, because it means that I'll be able to, I don't know, because I'll be able to stream longer for tomorrow morning. And I will be going live tomorrow, by the way. This morning, I didn't, the only reason why I did not go live this morning at my normal time of like 8:30 or 7:30 or whatever was because that, I needed to go to the store and get my meds. And then I wasn't back until like 10:30. And by that point, Loner had gone live, and so I was just like, fuck it. Stuart gets a base salary of pets per stream regardless. Yeah, he does. Well, he gets a... Yeah, Stuart gets a salary because Stuart's adorable. Damn, who else is... Wait, you can hear his purr? Oh. Yeah, his purr is really loud. Now imagine him laying next to you or like wrapping his head around your pillow or like shoving his way onto your pillow and laying next to you in bed and then like putting his head right by your ear and purring really loudly next to you in the morning because he wants you to wake up to feed him. Yeah. I feel like he's got two modes for purr. Like, he's purring because he's trying to get your attention or whatever, or he's purring because that he's just like super in heaven and happy. Well, he's happy in both ways, but you know, when he's like being a super love bug, he'll do it as well too. Like, tonight when I go to bed, when he comes in to snuggle with me and he'll lay down against my side, I'll be able to feel him purring. It's a very gentle way to wake up, to be honest. Oh yeah, true. Then he starts pawing at my face if I don't get up. Do you have a cat, Fasterman? That you must have to keep warm? I saw, there was a... Hold on. Ukrainians brace for winter power cuts. Something more recent. Oh, there it is.
Russia's sustained drone and missile attacks on Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure has left hundreds of thousands without heating and functioning electricity. It means that Ukraine...
Oh no, I missed the Hutch Pisco review. No, it's okay, Conduit. They didn't talk today. They never had their conversation about you. I did two cats. Cats sadly both gone. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it a while ago? I hope it wasn't because of the war. No, you watched the other convo. Yeah, I did. I watched the one from yesterday. But the thing was is that I got distracted, and honestly, a lot of it is just going around in circles. And I also reached the point where I've seen the rest. Like, it's the same argument that they've had. I feel like people in chat are right. A lot of it is, after a while, it sort of becomes like they're just looping on the same thing. I think that it would be interesting to hear you talk about, or to hear them talk about your video, though, and that's what I was waiting for. But they never did that today, so I don't know what happened with that. My cat Oscar keeps climbing under my blanket and smushing his face into my face in the morning. and breathing into my nose. Oh yeah. In that case, me either, because I have the literal words out of their mouths that they do that. So shrug. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do it today. Maybe they'll do it another time.
Ukrainians face a battle to stay warm during the coldest winter in over a decade, as DW's Max Sander reports.
Fire is citing a Gatto Fumidor tweet about Destiny and the Epstein files. Jesus fucking... What? Is Fire getting close to breaking my rule about not talking about the fucking Destiny drama in my Discord? Because I told people to stop doing that. Because it's fucking annoying. Like, I don't... It's annoying because then, like, it just... Like, people are just gonna argue about it. And it's also kind of triggering as well, too. Because I hate both extremes of that argument. I'm Gatto's biggest op, let me go make fun of him. I hate Gatto so much. Honestly, when Dan doxed him, it was deserved. Like, fuck that guy. He's just a crazy person. They keep hitting the station that connects nuclear power plant with Central Region and Kyiv in particular. They want to cut power off completely. 2 smaller regional Kyiv power plants are almost destroyed. Jesus. Is Gatto a dude? Yeah, I believe so. I think Dan outed him as, like, a 40-year-old guy who lives in his dad's basement or something.
For more than 2 weeks, this building in Kyiv's
It's not really drama related. Oh, it's probably like some dumb shit then. Okay.
Rusanivka neighborhood has had no heating. Alexander Benich lives here. He and his neighbor Vsevolod want us to see the living conditions for ourselves.
Take a look
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck am I doing? I'm doing it again.
up here, where that water is. It's frozen. It was there before. It all drains off and then it freezes again.
The elevators don't run. The staircase is slippery from ice.
Yeah.
Alexander takes us to his neighbor's apartment that he looks after. The tenant left. She's now staying with a friend.
So look here, the radiators have burst and the windows have been blown out. This is from a Shahed drone. I think this is interesting to you. Take a look, water. I think this makes it even clearer.
Jesus.
The Russian attacks disrupted the central heating, which caused the water in the pipes to freeze. A Shahed drone exploded just 200 meters from here. The blast took out many of the windows of the building. Alexander takes us next door where he lives.
The tweet is claiming Destiny is suspiciously uninterested in the Epstein files. Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like Fire is citing it to push his Destiny as a pedo narrative, which is actually kind of related to the drama. I don't, like, why? I understand why Destiny's not interested in the Epstein files. I saw him talking about it last night, and it makes perfect sense to me. If I'm being completely honest, like, I'm kind of interested in the Epstein stuff, but not enough to fucking wade through all of those fucking documents when they're not organized, and you basically just have to click from image to image to image. Like, it's just, it would take forever, and it's very annoying to, like, go through all of it. I mean, I think there were some funny stories that came out of it, like the Elon thing. That was very funny. You know, but yeah, that was a well-deserved compo face. Wait, what was?
We fill up these hot water bottles. We try to keep our cat warm.
Aww.
We sleep under 3 blankets. And when there's shelling, I put on body armor. I've got 4 vests like this. And here, we turn up the gas stove.
His wife and daughter have left Ukraine. He takes care of the dog and the cat.
The face of the guy showing the frozen ball. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Many residents have left the building and are staying with family or friends. Alexander and others have formed a group to try to get help to improve the situation. Small progress is being made. A generator powers the building from time to time. And today, workers are finally taking out the broken radiators. But even if they manage to restore heating, winter will carry on. likely as will Russian large-scale attacks, which have repeatedly targeted power and heating plants. Last year alone, Russia launched 50,000 drones against Ukraine.
With such a huge number of drones, they can attack any small capacity power or heat generator.
With a continuous lack of air defense, workers are struggling to catch up with the damage.
Russians intensified their attacks on energy facilities, depending on cases, from 4 to 20 times. This means that we need to have more equipment, more spare parts. There cannot be any focus about how long this system could survive. But Ukrainian energy companies, energy workers, they have no option. So we just have to repair, to reconnect, because otherwise, like having no energy means the end.
Ukrainians, yet again, are showing remarkable resilience.
I'm on my 5th day without heating. So far, my situation is better than on left bank. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're doing okay, and I hope that, you know, other people are. Yeah, obviously, yeah, they are showing extraordinary resilience. It's kind of crazy the extent to which that I think someone in chat a while ago mentioned something about that, the fact that the kind of strategic bombing that Russia is doing, or not, maybe not strategic, I guess we could just call it terror bombing, really, because like what they're doing is they're using terrorism to try to break the will of the population by bombing the shit out of them, essentially, and hitting their energy infrastructure to try to break their will, so that they will lobby to end the war. And yeah, like, but it seems like that just doesn't, somebody mentioned that kind of shit just doesn't generally work in war. Which, I mean, seems to be the case if I look back in history and think about it. I mean, you know. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it is terrorism.
Braving not just the attacks, but also the freezing cold. Nevertheless, the 4th winter of the war is the most difficult so far, and it's especially painful for those who are already struggling. Back in the Rusanivka neighborhood, the city has set up heated tents for people to warm up and charge their phones. In the evenings, an NGO provides food to help those in need.
Hey, it's World Central Kitchen.
People sit for months without electricity, without gas, without water, without all of that. How are people supposed to live? That's why we help.
Hot soup and bread, help that goes a long way.
A little help, warmth. You can't really warm up and it's dark.
Yeah, I hate the cold. I hate it so much. Like, summer is my favorite time of year, and I hate cold, which is funny coming from a Canadian, but I hate it. Like, I hate going out in the winter. That's why I don't really go for walks in the wintertime, because and lately it's been really, really bad. And obviously it will be way worse for them than it is for us. Because at least I have
as winter drags on, Ukrainians remain caught between freezing temperatures and a war that shows no sign of stopping.
And let's speak now with DW correspondent Max Zander, who filed that report and joins us now from Kyiv. So tell us the latest. Are people still without power in parts of Kyiv?
Yes, good morning. Yeah, this is another freezing morning here in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. And I'm not sure if my microphone is picking this up, but the generators on the street are already working, which means that this street is without power right now. According to Ukraine's energy minister, as of last night, about 800,000 people were left without power. And what most people are experiencing on a daily basis is these so-called scheduled blackouts, meaning they have 1 or 2 hours of power followed by 10 plus hours of blackouts. Because the situation is so dire at the moment, in addition to that, large parts of the city are also experiencing emergency blackouts where the energy just shuts off, which
Jesus, I just had a thought. It must be incredibly awful. Like, if you guys have no energy, I'm guessing that you must have to wait until the power comes on during that 1 hour, and then I'm guessing that's when you all like shower. Because that goddamn, doing that at any other time, just that would be like hell, you know. By the way, have you seen that Trump displayed his photo with Putin in the White House? Yes, I saw that. It's fucking awful. It's so stupid. Trump clearly admires Putin a great deal. And I think obviously that's a huge part of the problem here.
It's very difficult to plan your daily life, your cooking, your work. Businesses are affected.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed him. Shower, LOL, water needs time to warm up. Yeah, I know. Well, I gotten used to like bathing or whatever with cold as fuck water, or water that's not like warm. I don't know. I've tried to do that. Like sometimes they turn off the hot water in my building, and it happens like when I'm in the middle of trying to take a shower, and that's like insanely painful and annoying. But yeah. I mean, you don't have to explain that if you don't want to. Obviously, that's kind of like a very personal thing, but Jesus. Plus, like, I imagine probably water freezes in the pipes too, because none of them are heated, and that's going to be like a whole other thing. I don't know. It probably actually takes a while for the water to warm up, especially if it's frozen. Here, it doesn't take that long in my building, but when I was living in Toronto, the apartment there, I had to we had to wait a couple of minutes for the water to warm up when we were trying to run warm water. Like we would just turn on the tap and shove it over to like the warmest thing. And yeah, they are mostly drained to not break. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm guessing that there's a lot of Ukrainians who are probably not bathing as much as they normally would be because of all this shit too. But hello, kitty. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna keep this playing and I'll be right back because I want to yeah. I want to feed him. So one sec.
As well, not just residential buildings.
I've seen this already, so.
This affects internet and telecommunications as well. But in addition to the situation with the power, which is also very sensitive, is the central heating, which is also affected and has been affected since this period of attack started on January 9th. After the last large-scale attack on Friday night, Friday to Saturday, more than 1,300 residential buildings here in Kyiv were left without heating. Some of them hadn't had heating for more than 2 weeks. In some of them, heating had been restored, and they were left without heating again. So teams are working round the clock to try to bring heat back to some of these buildings. And in some cases, as you saw just in the report, it's just very, very difficult and can't be done in an instance.
And give us we saw your report there, of course, and you're there, you're on the ground for us, Max. So what is your impression of how people are coping with the day-to-day?
Right. I mean, this is not the first time this is happening. People have been living with almost 4 years of war here. Attacks on the energy infrastructure have been ongoing since 2022. But what's different this year is that winter is extremely cold. Now, right now, I'm standing in minus 7 degrees. Some of these nights we've had minus 15, minus 16 degrees. The intensity of the attacks, the scale of the attacks is a lot bigger than in 2022 and 2023. Last year, 50,000 drones were launched against Ukraine, many of them attacking the energy infrastructure, as is happening right now. So people are dealing with a lot. They're dealing with 4 years of war, not just with the situation of power in their houses, but they are, as I said, showing remarkable resilience, Ukrainians are. We've seen images, videos circulating on social media of people here in Kyiv trying to make the best of it, meeting in the yards for barbecues. There have been videos that have been circulating of people that went viral, that people throwing parties with large speakers and DJ sets, trying to dance for a couple of hours in the cold, trying to make the best of the moment, people enjoying a walk on the frozen Kyiv reservoir, things like that. But nevertheless, you also have to admit that this is 4 years of war. Everybody is dealing with a very, very difficult situation. People are dealing with anxiety, people are dealing with depression, as anybody would in this case. And these attacks just make everyday life a lot more difficult.
DW correspondent Max Sander in Kyiv, thank you.
All right. Ukraine bends martial law to survive the winter. Interesting. Oh, that's from 3 days ago. Curious.
This is week 2.
My problem is that as smoker, I go to the balcony and lose what warm air I have. Oh God, that's not good. Smoking's not good. Those things will kill you, you know. I say as Russia is trying to kill you and everyone that you know. But I mean, I get it. That sucks. It's probably easier when you're, you know, obviously it's going to be like you're going to be able to keep like at least a little bit of the warmth if you don't open your window or if you don't open anything or go outside or whatever. And like if you're not on the first floor, yeah, compared to an American diet. I mean, obviously, yes, obviously American diets are not good either. I feel like smoking is probably more of a guaranteed death sentence, but or not guaranteed, but like it's likely closer, or it's just another added on thing. By the way, I don't know if the Ukrainian diet or if like the Eastern European diet is that much better than like the American diet, or you know. I know that America has an insane obesity rate, but let's not project too hard. Like it's not like the Americans' problem is less diet and more portion size and added sugar. Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously what you guys have there is, like, that's fucking really bad.
An MMO guy, it's like...
Now he's talking about video games. I doubt that ours is that healthy, to be honest. Listen, when I think about European stuff, all I'm thinking of is, I'm thinking like, well, first I'm thinking of the British and how much they love their fish and chips. Which is obviously not really going to be great for their arteries. And I mean, I think, like, Germans have similar crazy shit. Borscht is healthier than Big Macs. I mean, yeah, probably. Obviously it would be. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Jesus. Okay. So I was trying to figure out, like, how do Ukrainians feel? This was the question. The question I was going to ask was, so first of all, there's a couple of things that I've learned, okay? A customs union is like the Russian customs union is a customs union. So if Ukraine joined the customs union, then they would be voting as a bloc. Or they would be like customs unions basically they make not voting as a bloc, but customs unions make trade policy for like the entire union, right? And they have Big Macs there too. Yes, Ukraine does in fact have McDonald's. That is a thing. It does indeed exist. Like customs union is generally defined as a type of trade bloc which is composed of a free trade area with a common external tariff. Yeah, so all the countries within the customs union bloc will have free trade with each other, but they will form a they'll form a they'll trade as a bloc with outside countries. This means that if Ukraine were to join Russia's customs union with like Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, or with Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, then they wouldn't be able to join the EU because that the EU functions differently. Like in the EU, all the countries that are in the EU can make their own trade policies, as far as I understand, at least. And so, as such, this was why they can't, you know, now if I'm wrong about this, obviously let me know, because I could be incorrect. But so that's why Ukraine couldn't. The question that I was wondering was, well, could Ukraine be part of the customs union and the EU? And the answer is no, they can't, because of the way the customs union worked. And so like that adds on to it too. The other thing too, obviously as well, that I read about I know at least one Ukrainian who was saddened by his access to McDonald's after moving from Lviv. Oh, damn. But yeah, it's interesting because this is not necessarily completely black and white with regards to this sort of thing. Like, so essentially, Russia, basically the whole EU versus custom union thing was about like Russia and the EU were essentially battling each other or like arguing with each other over who was going to get Ukraine to come and sit at their table. And the problem though, of course, is that obviously if Russia went to the EU's table, they could still go to Russia's table. But Russia was being a dick about it and saying that, like, no, you have to join our table, and also we're going to economically blackmail you and coerce you if you don't. And they did this by like dropping a bunch of tariffs and stuff on Ukraine. Now, at the end of the day, obviously, the actual truth thing is that, I think anyway, what actually matters is, what did Ukraine want? Which direction did Ukraine want to go? And the answer to that question is that they wanted to go it seems like they wanted to go both ways, or rather they depending on which part of the country you asked, but it seemed like it seemed like based on the polling data that I'm looking at that they basically wanted both. Like, okay, so this was how people identified. Was this the most recent polling that I looked up here? Oh, yeah, it was this. It was like, I wanted to know, like, who was gonna, it was, a lot of polls were like EU versus customs union. And I mean, they're pretty split. Also, by the way, I see here, one of the polls that ChatGPT pulled for me was the International Republican Institute, which apparently Lactoid dismisses this poll, or dismisses polls by this group because that they're an American NGO. I really hope that, like, when I have my discussion with him, he's not going to turn around and dismiss polling by other groups, by like any European NGO, because that would be really fucking stupid. And I don't know how far I'm even going to be able to get from him with him if he does that. That would be kind of nuts. If that's what happens. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at right now. I have to put all these polls together. Or like kind of like go through and like look at, or like, I guess like just list out all these various polls and put them together and stuff. But yeah, this is all over the place. It's split. Like, it's like 2013, 49% said Ukraine should sign the association agreement, 31% said it should not. There was like regional splits, you know, the East only 29%. But it seemed like most people wanted both to like keep ties with, well, not most people, but it seemed like, I guess if you were to summarize the whole of the Ukrainian position, a lot of it seemed to be, we want to be closer to, we don't want to like leave Russia, but we also are not, or like we don't want to like completely turn away from Russia, but we also want to move closer to Europe. Like, it seemed like people actually did want both. And like Yanukovych kind of like rode that line when he was running in 2010. But yeah, it's just kind of
Australia.
Kind of a bit all over the place, you know.
he was fucking.
Oh
my God.
I don't know who he's
my
watching.
God.
Look at the kitties.
Ooh.
Should Destiny get a cat? Yes, obviously. Oh, I'll vote.
Ride this cat in a non-sexual way. Oh my God. Oh, look at him. Oh my God, look at this. Oh, and he's so chill.
All right, you know what? Fuck it.
This is the real big one.
I'm going in.
Oh my God.
Aww. Oh, damn it, he left. He left his room. No. Probably because he's gonna end soon. Fuck. I missed my chance. He was literally talking about cats, too. I could have gone in there. Any excuse to scroll away from a point. Oh, with regards to Lactoy, no, you're absolutely correct. I agree. Any excuse to scroll away from a point. Because, like... And I mean, honestly, that is my main fear, is that I'm going to do all this research, and then his response is basically going to, like, shit on all my sources and say, fuck no. Which is going to be annoying. Like, insanely annoying. Like, or like, his response is just going to be, like, to dismiss things based on the source. Which I think is kind of crazy, honestly. Like, I don't know. If he is, like, if he literally is like, no, I can't accept that polling because it's from a European NGO, that's so stupid. Although it's also very funny to see him dismiss the, like, this polling from the International Republican Institute when it literally shows, like, I mean, look at this. It's not like this polling is, like, pushing some sort of an agenda. Like, Jesus. May 2012, EU 37%, Customs Union 41%. Like, there are polls here where the Customs Union is winning. This does not strike me as, oh my god, look at these guys, they've got a hidden agenda. So I don't know why he would dismiss these polls. What are you debating him on? It's going to be about Russia and Ukraine. That's about all that I haven't even messaged him about it yet. He just said that he would debate me. But, you know, also, the other funny thing that I think is absolutely hilarious is during his debate with Lonerbox and Dylan from like a few months ago, Lactoid refused. He refused to accept that there were Russian troops on the ground during the Donbass war. That Russia didn't just send equipment to the separatists. They sent fucking military people. Like, it's so funny. That he would not acknowledge this fact. It's like he squirmed away from it constantly. And it was like, oh yeah, or like he reduced any military that were there down to advisors who were advising the separatists. The irony of the position of not wanting to move far from Russia is probably what doomed Ukraine. Yeah, in a way, if they followed many of the other post-Soviet states moving toward the West when they had the chance, they could have had security to prevent this war. I mean, yes, potentially, but at the same time, I also think that, like, you say that, but, like, Russia... I think it feels like Russia seems to be pretty obsessed with Ukraine and keeping Ukraine, probably more so than many of the other Soviet states. And because of that, like, I think because of Russia's stance on the entire thing, I don't know that what Ukraine did necessarily would have mattered because a lot of the NATO countries didn't want Ukraine in NATO to begin with, which I think is another issue. Although, mind you, obviously, like, Poland only got into NATO because they fucking bullied their way in. But, true, but Russia... Oh, yeah, Russia was weak in the 90s. So, like, I mean, yeah, if Ukraine had... Then they could have, maybe. But I mean, Russia also had its claws pretty deep in Ukraine in terms of like oligarchs and the amount of influence they had and other stuff like that. Like there was a lot of connections. The corruption was quite high too. So I actually think that in a lot, actually, it was probably the corruption. The corruption shit probably like ruined it. Ukraine wasn't doing particularly well in the 90s as far as I understand it. And like, yeah, I think it probably took a while. Russia was clawing us for years. Roots were too deep. Yeah, like weren't those oligarchs like connected to Russia as well? A lot of like the Russian or a lot of the Ukrainian oligarchs. Like there was definitely like connections between the two countries. In fact, when I was looking, Igor Girkin was working for a Russian oligarch that was visiting look at this fucking rat fuck. Every time I see his face, it just after 16 years with the SFB, Girkin found employment as head of security for Russian businessman Konstantin Malofeev, I don't know, nicknamed the Orthodox oligarch for his close ties with the Russian Orthodox Church and the Kremlin. So this guy, the oligarch that he made friends with or that he worked for had close ties with the Russian Orthodox Church and the Kremlin. In January 2014, Girkin traveled to Kyiv, where he was responsible for the security of a tour of religious relics to the Kyiv cave monastery. The relics were part of the gifts of the Magi and were exhibited in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. During his stay, he visited the Euromaidan, and after talking to local people, became convinced that the protests would succeed and that Ukraine would fall apart in the near future. So, I mean, yeah, like there was clearly an awful lot of closeness between these two countries. If you had like Russian oligarchs traveling to Kyiv, you know, like to like visit relics and stuff, and like I imagine there was probably like all of this happening. Yeah, like so there was quite a bit of economic interconnection between the two. As if oh yeah, you guys weren't strong in the 90s either is the other thing. You know, like I think the problem is that Ukraine was subjugated too for like a lot longer than countries like Poland. Poland's subjugation began after World War II. Well, I mean, I guess like you could say they began during World War II, but Poland's subjugation specifically by the Soviets began after World War II. And Poland fought very, very hard against the Nazis, like from within with the Polish resistance and like the partisans and everything. And they very much wanted to remain. And then, of course, unfortunately, they basically got betrayed because Stalin was able to take them over. But I mean, yeah, in some ways, I feel like they probably had it because I guess they actually had a chance to be a country for a little while before they got fucked. Like they were a country before Germany invaded them. And then of course they got turned into a communist state. But I mean, yeah, Poland hates Russia. Malofeev, both letters pronounced. Oh, Malofeev. Just as the Baltic countries, they sort of remained foreign in the USSR. Yeah, there seems to be, whereas with, I mean, like, fuck, if I recall correctly, I think Ukrainians were referred to as Little Russians for a while. There's kind of like this obsession about Ukraine and Russia, or that Russia has of Ukraine, of this idea that like you guys are like brother nations or something, which is like obviously a Russian line that's pushed because, you know, by that they mean that Ukraine is the little brother that has to get pushed around by the big brother Russia, or at least that's how I interpret it, because obviously they sure as fuck don't treat Ukraine as if they are a brother nation. Poland was partitioned between Germany and Russia in the 19th century. Oh, yeah. I don't know as much about that. I'm just saying that, like, the fact that they got to be a country for at least a short amount of time probably, like, gave them maybe a little bit of a boost. And because that they were, yeah, they weren't always, like, basically getting fucked just by Russia. Melov Yayeviv. Oh, you mean because, okay, Jesus Christ, I don't even know. Malafyeviv. Malafyeviv. Yayev. Malafyev. What a funny name, man. Whatever, this Constantine motherfucker. Yeah, like... And then he went to Crimea. This is why I say I learn to the Cyrillic. E is transliterated of E sound, not I. Ugh. These names. It's so hard. I'm just a white woman. A part American white woman too, so that just makes it worse. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like there was like the corruption was pretty crazy, obviously. Oh, also there's a documentary from Kyiv Independent. It's called like Crimea, the War Before the War, which I think is something that I will probably check out as well too. But I was looking into that because I was curious. Although even with regards to Crimea, when I was finding polls for that, it seems like Crimea mainly just wanted to be independent, or like maybe not like fully independent. Most of Crimea seemed to actually just stay the way they were in Ukraine. But yeah, I just couldn't. I'm sure that Russia probably had like a lot of media influence there because they had that military base there. Also, apparently there were Russian citizens who were living in fucking Crimea that were voting in that referendum too. Separation federalization question. Where did I ask about it? Where did I get it to pull the Crimea polls? Was Yanukovych popular in Donbass? Yes, obviously. Yeah, like so much of this polling has been really interesting. Again, English alphabet. Why do you need 2 letters for I sound so insufficient? Cyrillic E is like the E in yes, right? Not yeah, but A. I mean, it's not 2 things for us. We don't have 2 letters for I sound, Wasserman. We have 2, or we have I and E. They aren't the same. They sound different. Not A, you Canadian. Thread. E. Yay and E. Jeez, everybody's fucking going live. What's going on? Oh. Damn, it's almost 9 o'clock. Oh no, not an IRI survey. I'm actually curious, by the way. Does anybody have, like, or like debates where Lactoid talk to people and they actually reference polling? Because I very much doubt that it came up in that in that discussion with Wick, because it seemed like Wick was not prepared. Hello, Fellrunner. What do you mean? What happened? Nothing. Somebody went live. Prizdets. But I mean, I'm probably gonna end soon because yeah, it's not. I don't think I like streaming at night as much. I just do not have the same level of energy as I do when I start in the morning. The morning is when I feel most motivated. Polling was with Dylan/Wick panel. I remember it was on Wick because I had to post him a link in chat. Oh, I'm listening to everyone. I'm at Kids Swim. Yes, yeah. Oh, I'm sure you're listening, but yeah. Wick is bad at Googling. Oh, so they actually did talk about polling there. I'll have to watch the rest of that because I didn't remember that. I assume you're talking about the one where was that the one with Loner? With Loner, Dylan, and Wick, where like it was a 2v1. Unless there was like another panel where Lactoid took Ukraine's side. Although, like, I guess, like, in some ways, like, if he can't defend his position, then... Although, I feel like it's pretty... I feel like it can only be considered a win for me if he, like, if his response to all the data that I present him is going to be like, I just don't trust that source, sorry, because it's a Western NGO. Like, if that's the only, like, the only defense you have, that's really dumb. Not sure, have to check, but it was Wick Dylan... can mix the 2v1 and some other. I mean, I feel like you probably would have remembered if it was Lonerbox that was on there. Because Lonerbox and Dylan did a debate against Wick very recently, and it was about the Alaska Summit. But you might be talking about something else. I don't know. It feels like Dylan seemed kind of exhausted with debate, with like... or like annoyed at debating Lactoid about the whole thing with the Donbass. Now I remember I had to open Wick's chat and send him the link. That's why I don't remember. Okay. Usually I open Dylan's stream. Okay. Well, I mean, Dylan was streaming it too. Like, Dylan was streaming it. I was actually rewatching it on Dylan's stream. Like, I was watching the segment of it that Dylan uploaded. Dylan and Loner both streamed that. I think I listened to it from Loner's stream. Actually, I remember listening to that while I was out for a walk. Because that was in May. It was in May that happened. This past May. And I was at my parents' place as I was trying to figure out what the fuck I was going to do with myself after I lost my job. And yeah. I remember that I was there then, and I went out for a walk as I listened to it. But May 2013, in your opinion, what should the status of Crimea be? 53% autonomy in Ukraine. As today, 23%. Ukraine should be separated and given to Russia. Yeah, like common oblast of Ukraine. Like the option shouldn't even be like Crimea should just be completely separate, or should just be, yeah, that's what they wanted. But then these polls changed. The number that wanted to join Russia was not like the majority though. Oh, I remember I looked at this too. Do Crimeans actually want to join Russia? I followed through this link. This is inaccurate. Like, yeah, there was an independent streak in Crimea, most certainly, but it was not, oh my god, we want to be part of Russia. The one with Loner and Dylan around 2 hours and 5-6 minutes for almost 6 of the way through. Hold on. Dylan Burns. It's called like Debating a Russian Apologist, featuring Dylan or featuring Lonerbox. Oh no, that was against Prometheus. Debating a Russian apologist on negotiating. Wait, did Loner upload this? Shit. I guess he didn't, really? Alright, fine. I didn't really want to lose my place where I was in this, but whatever, it's fine. Wickfid. Oh, okay. Wick from Putin, Alaska. Really? That's about the aftermath. Are you serious? Why is this so hard to find? There. Jesus. Okay, where did you say it was? 2 hours and 5 to 6 minutes. Oh.
So when you're saying that, like, 60, what would you say, 63% from the Rumsfeld Center? If you're saying that like 63% are saying yes, we would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia, but in the event they don't let us do that, we still want to have greater autonomy.
Well, they didn't say in the event they don't let us do that. They just said it was another option.
Okay, but a higher percentage would just prefer straight out.
Hold on.
How would you vote? Would you vote to leave or would you vote to stay? The vast majority of Crimeans would vote to leave. This is important, okay, because it shows what the actual.
I just want to
maybe.
Like, wait, which poll is he citing? 63% of Crimeans would vote to leave and join Russia? What? I have never seen numbers that high. Where the fuck is he getting this from? What?
Maybe
I mean, I could have misheard it too.
Sure. Maybe you don't support American.
To be clear, I don't want to
bombing
bomb Russia directly. I just, when he lands in Alaska, one clean shot, okay?
Okay. All right. Well,
True.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, yeah. So whether or not it's America bombing them directly, and maybe if you didn't say that or hint to that, I apologize, Loner Box. But I think it doesn't necessarily change the kind of risk calculation also in Crimea. That's something also sort of hinted like, oh, that would just be a reconquest if Ukraine came back and took back Crimea. That's something the Russians want to avoid. They don't want to have Crimea go back to Ukraine. So yes, of course, they don't want to have them join NATO.
But do you think it's justified that they don't want Ukraine to be able to recapture territory that is legally theirs? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, no, there's two different questions now, because the first question is why would they want Ukraine to not be part of NATO? And that involves like geopolitical interest of not wanting Ukraine to pose a threat to Crimea again. But if we want to go back to justification, I mean, that goes back to the moral arguments that Wick dragged us away from. I think that Crimea, of course, belongs to Russia based on the events in 2014 and
no, it doesn't. That's not even what the Crimeans want.
the polling before and after.
Well, before the polling was mixed, but in any case, it's like
it was very mixed.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was absolutely.
Are you referring to the IRI? Yeah, okay.
Really? No, it's not just the IRI. What the actual fuck? Is this guy dumb? Every poll that I could find, There is no what? 67% of Americans state that both both Epstein and Griffin did nothing wrong. 28% state that wouldn't happen if Trump was president instead of Bush. Rest 15% got deported by ICE, according to my polls. I'm baffled that Americans are so sure that Russia is ocean away and not right across the Bering Strait. Like, this isn't from fucking IRI. Is he literally just gonna say, oh my god, no, not the IRI polls? It's like this is like 56% opposed either form of separation from Ukraine. And then like right before, it was said like KISS polling is often cited as showing support for joining Russia, rising to the 41% range just before the seizure. That's still not 60%. Where the fuck is he getting this number from? There's no what?
No,
no, but he's a good streamer.
No. So my understanding is that my understanding is that there's been multiple polls on this. The UN launched a poll that found that most Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between, I think, 2011. And then
it depends on which poll in that UN poll you read.
No. I've seen you misrepresent this. Listen.
UN polling 2011 Crimea. United Nations Development Program, UNDP, from 2019 to 2011, a consistent majority of residents of Crimea, approximately 65 to 78%, favored separating from Ukraine to join Russia. What? So wait, is he just gonna pick this one poll because it like? Wait, hold on. 2009 to 2011. Actually, you know what? That might be part of the reason. Is because that like. All of my polls are from fucking way later because I feel like it's a little bit more important to get a snapshot of what people were actually thinking at the time instead of going all the way back to 2011 or like from fucking 2009 to 2011. So is this what he had to do? He had to cherry pick this one poll that agreed with him. Poll with 2K people polled also can be way too accurate. Over polling per me. Like, is this what he did? Where is this polling? Crimea Pro Wiki. What the fuck is this? Really? The Proletarian Wikipedia. Okay, you know what? New rule. We are never, ever using fucking Gemini for anything ever again. Why would it source that? What the fuck? Do you know why the KIS didn't poll Crimea? I don't know. It will be on Wikstream. I think he will either confirm or not with Wiki on Wik. Oh yeah, I know he will. I just wanted to find this. It's just like... Wait, hold on. Is it here? Oh, 10 years of occupation by the Russian Federation. Human rights in the autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Ukraine. Oh, this looks like it could be interesting. I'll save this for later. That's another thing too. I'm probably gonna dig into all those human or all that, like not like Amnesty or whatever, but like the various UN reports. Clanker doesn't understand bias. I mean, like, you know what? Maybe it's because that I have trained my ChatGPT to not be fucking dumb. But ChatGPT would never give me a dogshit source like ProWiki, okay? My Clanker and I only accept the highest of quality sources. Clearly. So, I'll just ask it, because apparently Google... Ask Grok. Oh, wait, it's the same wiki data. Like, this is how AI psychosis begins. No, I know that it's not. Listen, okay, when I talk about the AI as if like it's a friend or whatever, I'm kidding. It's a joke, okay? I know that the AI is not real. I'm aware of that. I'm just blown away by the quality of the difference, you know? Like, clearly ChatGPT, maybe it's also because that I've got my ChatGPT set to extended thinking, so that, like, it understands, like, it even tells me what it's searching for, like, how long. Like, it takes, like, a minute or two, or even 3 minutes to, like, actually, like, make a decision. The users claim may be mixing up data and percentages. See, like, it's gonna tell me when I'm wrong. It's just, this is just better than, like, whatever fucking garbage this is. I am never, ever, ever taking this seriously again. Fucking troll wiki, really? I'm going to cite the, like, this shit is probably fucking pro-Russia. Crimea is a peninsula in Eastern Europe connected to the southern part of Ukraine. It is divided into the Republic of Crimea. Wow, it doesn't even have a page. And the city of Sevastopol. Before 1954, was part of the Russian SFSR, but was transferred to the Ukrainian SSR in 1954. In 2014, it was reunited with Russia with more than 95% support in the 2014 Crimea status referendum. Hold on. Is there overthrow of the Soviet Union? The process of bourgeois counter-revolution, which culminated in the disintegration of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics into independent states in December 1991. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Why isn't its name Tanky, Tanky Wiki? Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait, hold on. Ukraine. Where? History. 2024, 2022. Oh. Is this? Or is it this? In 2022, Ukraine banned the Communist Party of Ukraine and ordered the seizure of its funds and assets. In December 2022, the Luhansk and Donetsk regions and the Ukrainian oblasts of Kherson and Zaporizhia voted to join Russia. Yep, they sure did. They absolutely did do that. Yes, they voted of their own accord. Please ignore those men with guns standing behind you as you walk into that voting booth, and make sure that you vote to join Russia or else. How dare they ban it, fucking capitalists? The 2022 Russo-Ukrainian conflict is an ongoing conflict between NATO and the Russian Federation taking place in Ukraine, backed by the imperialist United States. Well, I mean, you know what? This sure is a summary. What the fuck? Imagine getting all your information from this website. Oh no. The conflict began with the Russian military operations in 24th of February 2022 with an incursion on Ukrainian administered territory. The imperialist US and EU camp is sacrificing Ukraine to weaken Russia, according to a former NATO advisor. What the fuck? Oh my god, and they cite the gray zone? This is where Bad Empanatic gets all his info. Yeah, clearly. At least you know Lactoid's sources now. Oh my god. Lactoid's not even a communist. Why is he defending fucking Russia? I wonder what it says about Soros. Oh no. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, he doesn't have an article. Oh no, he does. George Soros is a billionaire oligarch who supported reactionary and anti-communist color revolutions around the world, which result in mass privatization in state assets and the immiseration of the working class in those respective countries. Unfortunately, he has become a boogeyman among anti-Semitic press for his Jewish heritage, which has helped to silence genuine criticisms of his shady activities. Oh no. Additionally, the right wing classifies him as a left-wing activist for supporting nominally progressive policies, even though he has been instrumental in overthrowing socialist governments around the world. These liberal interventionists are becoming increasingly common as the commoners of the West grow weary of endless wars. Wait. Oh no. Liberalism! Idealist ideology that promotes capitalism, free market principles, individualism, fundamental rights, also known as bourgeois privilege, separation of church and state, popular sovereignty. Hey, all these things are based. Stop it. Stop telling me. Jesus, don't like make me. I love liberalism. Head of Jewish cabal or something. Oh no. Oh my god. Hold on. I can't help it. I don't know why I'm even bothering. What? There's no Israel article? Oh, there it is. State of Israel. Really? Really? Israel in quotation marks. Also officially known as the State of Israel, referred to as Occupied Palestine or the Zionist entity by the Palestinian resistance and its allies. Oh my god. Should be map of Greater Israel, though. What the fuck? Map of territory currently occupied by Israel? Wait, what? What? Why is the West Bank looking all weird like this? Wow, they really needed to go out of their way to put Israel in quotation marks everywhere. Oh my god. U.S. Empire. Joe Biden, oh no. Joe Biden, nicknamed Genocide Joe for his support of genocide against Palestinians, is a Statesian lawyer, Democratic Party politician, and mass murderer who served as president of the United States from 20... What the fuck? I think you need to utilize this site, though, really. Counter Lactoid's statements with more accurate ones, which will lead to him being sacked. I didn't even know this website was a thing. This is so funny. This is like the reverse of Conservapedia, which is another terrible website. Except Conservapedia has been around for a really long time. The Democratic Party is a pro-imperialist, center-right, neoliberal political party in the United States. What the fuck? How can it be an American-funded proxy state if it's funded by the U.S. only? Because U.S. is Israel's proxy state, bitch. True. Okay, Jesus. Fucking hell. Okay, hold on. How'd you do there, Clanker? What the UN poll usually refers to. In most citations I'm seeing, the UN poll is shorthand for publishable United Nations Development Programs, Crimea Development and Integration Program monitoring reports, i.e. not UN General Assembly, blah, blah, blah. A primary source UNDP number you can actually quote and check. If the referendum were held on the accession of Crimea to Russia, how would you vote? And reports by quarter of 2010. 66, 65, 67, 6. Okay. Internet Archive. Oh, geez. All right. 2011. 70% is 2011 part. That doesn't match what I've confirmed. Number of secondary write-ups cite the UN October to December monitoring report as well. Wasn't able to, defenseofpriorities.org. What? Okay. Wasn't able to clearly open that 2011 PDF in the browsing tool in a way that lets me quote its internal data text in this chat, so I'm not going to pretend I verified a 70% figure inside of it. Links you can use for primary sources. So this is from 2010. Wait, is this in... If you want to be extra nerdy approved, you can cite it as the 66%. Okay. Although again, this is like, these numbers are way different than the numbers that that I found. So I mean, we'll see what they say about it here, but okay. I take back what I said. The Clanker was thinking on a higher level and knew linking to this site would be better for content than giving a good source for the poll. True. It was. At least they didn't call Dems fascists. Oh, I'm sure they probably did somewhere in there. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh my God. I gotta know. Wait a minute. Social Democratic Party, originally called the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, is a nominally social democratic but de facto neoliberal party in Germany. Wait. Weimar era. Okay. Following Ebert's death in February 1925, the new presidential elections were held on March 29th with a runoff election on the 26th of April. The SPD supported reformist Otto Braun in the first round and secured 29% of the popular vote in the third round. The party dropped its support for Braun and endorsed Wilhelm Marx of Zentrum, blah, 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 blah. In the 1932 elections, the SPD endorsed Hindenburg's presidency in a bid to prevent the ascendancy of Ernst Thälmann. What are they citing here? The Great Soviet Encyclopedia? What? What is this? Free dictionary. Okay. Turn to opportunism. Wait. November 1918, the German Republic. The Spartacus. SPD Defense Minister Gustav Noska would deploy Revolutionary Flag Corps to hunt down the pair, resulting in their deaths. And I just wanted to see what leader of the SPD, Frederick Ebert, was opposed to the proclamation of a republic. Even asked for blah blah. 2 hours later, the free socialism. I thought maybe they were going to say something in here about But I mean, this is how I guess this is how they talk about the fucking Spartacist uprising, the turn to opportunism. Okay. Wait. Social democracy. Social democracy is an ideology which advocates for reforming capitalism and using the state to favor the working class over the capitalist class without abolishing capitalism and the bourgeoisie itself. This entails liberal democracy, the creation of a welfare state, the implementation of social programs, mixed market with state regulation, blah, 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 but always within a capitalist mode of production. Examples of modern-day social democracies include the Nordic countries, the Western. The most well-known social democrat in the United States is Bernie Sanders, or Mamdani is another example. Oh, of course, these guys say social democrats are sometimes called social fascists because, like fascists, they seek to preserve capitalism, and whatever bourgeois rule is threatened, they generally side with the fascist revolutionaries, socialists. They generally side with fascists against revolutionary socialists, as in Germany in 1919. They're just, they just, the Spartacist uprising broke these people's brains. Are you going to give any other examples besides that? Also, I don't really think it's fair to describe the Freikorps as fascists when they were more like proto-fascists. Listen, mate, they literally have Al-Qaeda listed in Ukraine-Russia war page. Wait, what? Someone used to train a character AI on this Wikipedia and let it loose and Glinda Corn. Oh no. That would actually be really funny if somebody did that. They actually need to. We should make like a Clanker channel, and we should have AIs trained on Conservapedia and Pro Wiki in there, and then just like fucking see what they would say. Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh no, hold on. I can't. These motherfuckers. Oh wait, belligerents. Ukraine, Al-Qaeda. Turkestan Islamic Army. What? Supported by North Atlantic Treaty Organization. What the fuck? 450 Arab iders and foreign extremists. What? Al-Mayadeen. What? What is this? Who are these people? Wait, aren't soldiers sent by Agartha also fighting next to Azov? Maybe. It would become Fire's BFF, probably. It probably would, yes. Ukraine's president has previously stated that 16,000 foreign mercenaries will fight in the country. I mean, okay. Who are these people? Really? Give me that sweet, sweet translation, please. Diverse Arab satellite channel, part of the Al Mayadeen News, and is managed by based in okay, so it's a Lebanese news channel. Okay. I mean, like, this is probably true, but like, why would you just like Al-Qaeda? What? Actually, you know what? Maybe that's not true. I don't know. Wait, hold on. We've moved so far away from this is very Democratic. Oh no, God. Okay. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, sometimes referred to as People's Korea and incorrectly, but best known as North Korea, is a socialist country in East Asia. Korea is one nation, but the southern half of Korea is occupied by the U.S.-backed anti-communist Republic of Korea. Wait, hold on. Okay. Economy, government. Let's see here. Highest organ of power in state power is the Supreme People's Assembly, which is elected for a term of 5 years. It elects a speaker and deputy speaker to preside over its sessions. Well, the Supreme People's Assembly is not in session. The Presidium is the highest state power. It consists of a president, vice president, and other members. Wait, what? Why aren't you mentioning? What about Kim? What? What is this weird spin? These fucking people think that like Korea is a democracy. These people think North Korea is a democracy. What do they say about Ukraine, by the way? Is it recognized there as a separate state, at least? I mean, yeah, probably. Of course it's going to be recognized as a separate state. But it's going to be a puppet state. Ukraine is a country in Eastern Europe, the second largest continent in terms of area. The second largest on the continent in terms of area after Russia. Borders Russia to the east, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, it recognizes it as a country. It has previously been part of the Russian Empire and the USSR as the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Ukraine, together with Belarus and the leadership of the FSFSR, the Russian Soviet Federalist Socialist Republic, played a central role in the dissolution of the USSR. Modern Ukraine is an extension of Western imperialism that has been fighting a NATO proxy war against Russia since 2022. Congratulations, Wasserman. You are the citizen of a Western imperialist nation, or like a nation that is an extension of Western imperialism, and you're just a pawn in the evil NATO's war against poor innocent Russia. Current socialist and communist political parties in Ukraine include the Communist Party of Ukraine and the Union of Communists of Ukraine, both of which they will say are banned. Because that's all these guys care about. Three booms in chat. Yes, exactly. I just can't. I wonder what Kid Rock thinks of this website, though. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Isn't Kid Rock like a conservative? Doesn't Kid Rock get all of his stuff from conservative? I don't know if he's actually a conservative. This is so stupid. I mean, like, this is all the stuff. The Euromaidan coup, which resulted in the rise of neo-Nazism in Ukraine and saw pro-NATO Petro Poroshenko elected president. Oh no. Not the Euromaidan coup. Does Zelensky have an article? Zelensky is a far-right Ukrainian politician who served as president of Ukraine since 2019. What? What the fuck is this? Why? Another far-right Jew I knew. What? He was elected on the basis of ending the war in Donbass, but considering the fact that the war has only escalated, it's very clear Zelensky does not hold a democratic mandate. Oh no. Actually, I'm pretty sure he was elected on the basis of fighting corruption, but okay. Zelensky has close links to both the CIA and MI6, and there is evidence to suggest he is an intelligence agent for the West, with MI6 chief Richard Moore being his handler. Multiple former Western state employees have stated that Zelensky's rise to power was a carefully planned operation by Western intelligence services. What? What is this? covertactionmagazine.com. Oh no. We're really down the conspiracy rabbit hole now, boys. Oh no, what is this? Help us meet the goal of blow the whistle on US imperialism. Well, I'm sure this website is totally unbiased. Petro Poroshenko doesn't have a page. Oh my god, check the first sentence of the Trump page. Jesus Christ. You motherfuckers. Why are you doing this to me? Donald Trump is a Statesian billionaire and serial rapist who is currently serving as president of the United States of America since January 20th, 2025. He also served as the 45th president of the United States from 2017 to 2021. Trump is the only U.S. president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland. Trump claims to be a pro-worker politician despite cutting taxes on billionaires and corporations. Trump is a member of the America First movement, which believes the USA should be able to act unilaterally without limits from international law and treaties. Contrary to popular belief, this movement is not isolationist. Likewise, Trump is not a peace president. This is probably like the most sane, although I think calling him a serial rapist is kind of funny, although that could be, you know, but like, check the first sentence of the Trump. But it is rather funny. Also, a Statesian. What is this? Is this just a term that they made up for like an American? Why wouldn't they just say American? Why do they call him Statesian? What the fuck is that? Apart from the serial rapist part, that isn't far off from the, I mean, like, I don't know if serial rapist, I mean, why wouldn't you could just say rapist. I mean, he is a rapist, but you know, or at least he seems to have been with regards to E. Jean Carroll, and I think there were some other instances too. He was apparently pretty abusive to one of his ex-wives. You know what? You give this source to snarkers, and based on this page, they will trust all the fucking pages for everything. We can't let them discover this forbidden knowledge. It's some dog whistly language. Perhaps they all understand. Wink, wink. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna guess that Statesian, they don't want to say he's American because they probably think that the United States of America is founded on like, they probably think that American only applies to indigenous people of the United States. SCOTUS W, by the way, I don't know if you heard about, but I put a 3-minute report on Instagram suggestions. Oh, are you talking about the fact that the Supreme Court declines to block Prop 50 congressional districts. Yeah, I saw that. I mentioned that earlier, yeah. Sorry for the spelling, Kalinda. Also, is Tulsi Gabbard on there? Oh no, I'll check. Anyway, let's just take a break from our hilarious deep dive through the crazy wonderland of the communist.
No, I'm not surprised by the outcome. But first, a major victory for Governor Newsom and Democrats after the U.S. Supreme Court officially allowed California's new Prop 50 congressional maps to move forward in the upcoming midterm elections. It comes after state Republicans and the Trump administration tried to block the maps from taking effect. Thanks for joining us tonight for Fox 40 News at 6. I'm Nikki Lorenzo.
And I'm Eric Harriman. Fox 40 Capitol reporter Eitan Wallace has reaction tonight from the state capitol.
It's a U.S. Supreme Court decision that could have major ramifications for the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives. The nation's High Court Wednesday unanimously allowing California's voter-approved Prop 50 gerrymandered congressional maps aimed at helping Democrats gain at least 5 U.S. House seats statewide to be used in the upcoming midterm election. State Republicans and the Trump administration's U.S. Department of Justice sued to block the maps, arguing they were illegally racially drawn to favor
What? Okay.
Latinos over other racial groups. But in the end, the court denied that GOP-backed legal challenge.
No, I'm not surprised by the outcome.
McGeorge School of Law adjunct Professor Chris McKaylee says that's because the court recently allowed Texas to move forward with its new maps designed to help Republicans pick up 5 U.S. House seats there. The majority opinion in that case dismissed claims of racial gerrymandering in the new Texas maps and hinted a similar ruling could be coming for California's Prop 50 maps.
Essentially, they said those political reasons overrode the potential legal challenges under the Federal Voting Rights Act and the federal Constitution. And they even referenced California's subsequent adoption of its politically drawn maps. And so applying the same...
I know what site I'm going through tomorrow. Every page, no matter the subject matter, was a series of what the fuck moments. Listen, if you look at Conservapedia, you'll probably find similar shit.
Logic to both. It's not a surprising outcome.
Governor Gavin Newsom's press office calling the decision a massive win for California. The governor writing this, quote, Donald Trump said he was entitled to 5 more congressional seats in Texas. He started this redistricting war. He lost, and he'll lose again in November. GOP Clovis Assemblymember David Tongipa was among the plaintiffs challenging the Prop 50 maps.
It's frustrating. We're going to turn our attention to the 2026 election.
It all comes in a state that, before Prop 50, had just 9 of its 52 congressional seats held by Republicans. With the new maps taking effect this election, that number of GOP-held House seats statewide is expected to drop, with Rockland Republican Congressmember Kevin Kiley potentially impacted.
I'm obviously not happy that my district has been sliced into 6 different pieces. I do think gerrymandering is bad for democracy. And I think that's true wherever it happens. It doesn't really make sense to have politicians drawing.
I hope he feels that way about fucking Texas.
Their own district lines, picking their own voters. It should be voters who pick the politicians.
Now, the timing for all of this is significant because the window for candidates to officially declare which districts they're running in opens Monday. Reporting at the state capitol, covering local news that matters, Eitan Wallace, Fox 40 News.
Based. Oh, is Dylan streaming?
Media, since it was, of course, Russian telegrams that were sharing around our foot.
Oh, okay, he is back from ice fishing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay. I might send you guys to Dylan, even though there's only... Actually, I don't even know if I can. No, not yet, though. I'm not done.
Very close.
I'm sorry, guys, but I have to stop. You fucking ADHD'd me. No more, okay? Maybe you know what, maybe you guys, maybe in the future, okay? What I'll do is I'll do a little stream segment where, like, I will look at, whatever insane shit you managed to find me on, like, these weird historical revisionist wikis that are, like, biased in favor of crazy ideologies, but, yeah, okay, we're off basis here. So, okay, the polling that he's talking about exists, but now I'm curious to see what they're all going to say about it.
To my words.
That can be next Tanky Tuesday, true.
You're referencing a different section of the polling that I can explain, but there is a different chart that you scroll down, like when you're scrolling, you scroll over it every time when you're showing your audience, like Wikipedia. There is a different section of the, yes, there is a different section that specifically asks, if it came to a vote today, who would you vote? And there's only 2 options.
What are you?
on this question.
What are we? Wikipedia? What?
I'm saying when you bring up, because I've seen you do this. Sometimes I've lurked on your stream once or twice, Dylan, maybe for like 10 minutes each. Okay, I've seen you do this.
Okay.
You specifically try to rebut me on this specific claim when it comes to the UN poll, and you'll bring up the Crimean autonomy referendum Wikipedia, and you'll scroll down. You scroll right past the results that I'm referring to, and scroll to a different table.
This WIC panel is from 5 months ago. This was oh, this is August. This wasn't in May. August 14th, 2025. Yeah, I was at home because my birthday is August 11th. I was at my parents' place when this when this happened, because I remember going for a walk when this aired and listening to it. Yeah, it was there's stuff about this apparently in the Wikipedia article on the referendum.
That is asking a different question. Okay, the very specific question that I'm saying, or the very specific thing I'm saying, is
according to Trump time, that this must have been less than 2 weeks ago. True, we are perpetually stuck in the 2-week time.
That when the UN polled the Crimeans, over 70% of them, according to the most recent one, and the UN said they would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. Only 14% said they would not vote, and then some, I think 30 something.
I think it's interesting that he has to go back and cite this poll from 2011, and that he can't cite any of the more recent polls that don't show that.
Percent were undecided. But
I think the UN reaffirmed
majority
Ukraine's territorial integrity. Why do you think they condemned the annexation?
So again, totally different line of thought. Right now I'm talking about the self.
I just want to say that wasn't even necessarily like a good, like, I would ask like what are the, but I don't know if either one of them know about there are way newer polls that don't say the thing that he is saying.
Determination of the Crimean people.
Unless people have polls that do, in which case I'd like to see them, you know. I mean, like, who knows? Maybe we're wrong about Crimea. Maybe they did want to join Russia. Although it seems what they actually wanted was to either stay in Ukraine as an autonomous region or just be independent, not to fucking join Russia. But
talking about the fact that the people there wanted to vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia, and the fact that Pew Research did polls 2 months after this and found that the overwhelming majority of people pretty much agreed in line with the referendum.
Wait, what? Pew Research did polls with the referendum? I don't... Listen, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this is now going to be my bias coming out, but, like, I feel like it's fairly... I don't know if I can trust any polling data that's coming out of an area that's ruled over, like, by an authoritarian regime, which Russia is. Like, the Crimea right now is not, is not like a, Crimea right now is not a democratic bastion of free speech. You can't say whatever you want there, which is also part of the reason why the referendum was so contested. Not to mention the fact that the OSCE didn't even get to, like, really have proper observers in there, and the only observers that Russia allowed were, like, just, like, other people that were, like, kind of backing them up. There was, like, allegations of, like, fraud, and the fact that there were fucking soldiers there who Putin didn't even admit were Russian soldiers until after the referendum was over. All of these things just point to this just not being legit. Not to mention the fact that the results do not line up with any of the polling data. It's not even close to any of the polling data that we have for what people's opinions were on this, like, right before it happened. Which is why I don't... If Alaska tried to rejoin Russia, not a single American would be chill with that. Yeah, of course not. No, I mean, like, I agree. Listen, like, I think I've said this before, Epic. I think trying to I don't think that generally speaking, like, morally, my barometer for can a state leave, or can a region, like, just break off from your country, I feel like the only time that that's justified is if your country is treating that region really fucking badly. And by that I mean genocide or something close to that. And that's not what was happening here. So I don't think that it was justified. Especially since all of this basically only happened because Russia went in there and took it over. Last time parts of the Union tried to leave to join a different Union, we killed more of each other than died in our other wars combined. Yeah. Down with the average. Return Texas to Mexico. Texas was never really part of Mexico, to be honest. They would be their own thing. You are approaching Lactoid's statement wrong. You have to parry his argument with, actually, you are wrong. Majority of Crimeans written third option, restore USSR version 2 over joining Russia or Ukraine. I mean, they didn't write that in the referendum, but like my argument is that the referendum is bullshit and that the majority of Crimeans, actually it's not even that, like Crimea was split before the like the polling that I have shows that Crimea was split. And all of this shit is from like 2011. But 2011 is ages before the is like ages before the actual referendum that Russia forces on them happens. Like, no, this is way further up. Crimea. I need to actually start like getting these, but like, yeah, sure, this is IRI, but there's other polls. Like, this is way more split. 41% range. KISS is often cited as showing a 41%, you know, like it. It's not what he says it is, and it's insane. I don't know much about the history of Donbass, to be honest, just from 2014 on, really. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really, you know, Crimea was an island, and it was Kievan Rus when Russian strong fishermen pulled it to the shore. I can't be more unserious. Wait, is that like a story that they told? Stop shitposting. We already reached peak ADHD. It's true, we did. With the fucking Prol Wiki, okay? The Prol Wiki. Nothing will top the Prol Wiki in terms of, like, the level of insanity. One year after Crimea was annexed by Russia, polling reveals that, with notable exception of the Tatars, the new order enjoys legitimacy among the population. Yeah, I feel like this is so fucking hard to even know if that's true. Because we know that there are human rights abuses. So you wouldn't have respected the Quebec referendum if the yes had passed. I personally wouldn't have, but Canada would have. Obviously, realistically speaking, that's just my moral barometer. But like, obviously, it is up to every country to it is up to every country to decide how they would handle that. And yeah, Canada has like Canada allows referendums like that, and we would allow them to leave. But I mean, like, realistically speaking, once we made it clear to them that no, you don't get to keep getting federal funding and assistance from us if you leave, they obviously weren't going to leave. And Alberta doesn't want to leave either. Hey, we dug up that Black Sea. It's really a Russian trolling. They say that we are so nationalistic that we claim we dug the Black Sea. Ukrainians dug the Black Sea, and also a lot of bad things happen in Lviv subway. Russians getting tortured. What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't even know. Like, I don't even want to. If you start digging into like the kind of crazy shit that Russia says, like, I think sometimes Dylan watches Russian media monitor segments on his stream that basically shows you like the kinds of shit that Russian state media is saying, you know. As stated by our own founding fathers, in the US, the case for independence must be made positively in exceptional times. Yeah, like that's basically, yeah, that's my argument. Like I feel like there has to be something really, really, like I think, by the way, I feel like the US in a lot of ways did kind of pass that bar because they weren't really being represented by the British government. It wasn't even just they weren't being represented either. Like there was like anybody who tried to like say anything against it, they weren't treated particularly well, and like yeah, it wasn't a good time. But that was also a long time ago, and I feel like we've kind of like got like, I guess, a rules-based order now. US tried to avoid independence until a year after the war started. The war started in 1775. Yeah, I know. Like they tried to find other ways. So to grasp the conundrum that Crimea presents to the international community, we need to appreciate the disjuncture between scale and legitimacy it represents. For 100 states in the UN General Assembly, Russia's annexation was a violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity. The move was contrary to the Budapest Memorandum, which Russia was party to. For Kyiv, it was an illegal vote by an undemocratic regime installed by an occupying force. Reunification with Russia enjoys considerable legitimacy within Crimea among most of the peninsula's population. Nevertheless, on the ground in Crimea, the prevailing opinion at the interstate and state level does not matter. Reunification with Russia enjoys considerable legitimacy within Crimea. Wait, what? Why is this? Why are we repeating ourselves here? Oh, is also considered legitimate within Russia. Oh, I looked at this before. Yeah, obviously most Russians want it. Highlighting of the conundrum is based on the result of a public opinion survey we organized on the Crimean Peninsula in December 2014. Survey of Scientific 750 of a Moscow-based polling firm with a reputation for integrity, professionalism. We have worked. The thing is that like I'm sure that this polling isn't inaccurate, but like my question is just like, were people telling the truth when they were asked these questions? Because obviously it's incredibly difficult to do like polling in like authoritarian countries where you don't have like freedom of speech or whatever, you know? Like hell, even there is even like I suspect probably maybe some reason to be at least a little bit skeptical of like polling done by PCRF in Gaza, because obviously people in Gaza aren't necessarily going to be able to tell the truth, but like during the war it's probably a little bit different. Yeah, people are the problem. It's difficult to do pollings in the US too. People are the problem. Yeah. Kretchen said he wouldn't have like a month ago. Oh, Kretchen said he wouldn't have supported it like a month ago. Okay, well I'd have to look that up, but like the fact that we would even that we have, I'm pretty sure that like we we do allow people to leave because we allow like referendums and stuff. But honestly, I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Does Canada's constitution allow for separation of, well, allow for secession? Supreme Court of Canada, secession is best understood as a process. It culminates when one geographic part of a sovereign state itself becomes a state with full sovereign powers. To do this, a government of secessions, Manchester rare. Okay, wait. Hi, Kalinda. Hi, chat. Whoa. He did not finish. Wait, did Loner end stream? Of course he didn't finish. He never finishes. He finally ended. but I finally believed. Wait, really? What, you believed that he was actually gonna... It's all Spider's fault? Oh, Spider came... He's as close as it gets to finishing, it seems. Someone can cite the first referendum as sign that Ukraine wanted to remain in the USSR. In the USSR, there was idea of reorganization right before collapse, and there was by that time a referendum whether we want to remain in the Union, and people voted yes, but then there was a coup in Moscow. Yeah, there was a coup attempt, and then things kind of went crazy. It was by like crazy hardliners too. They saw a real chance to, and we saw a real chance to escape, and a new referendum was overwhelmingly for independence. Yeah, I remember this, yeah. Doesn't Canada have an informal constitution? No, we have a real constitution, I think. Okay, fuck me. I don't want to, like, expose how little I actually know about. The whole chat was awesome. Well, that's good. Oh, geez, 52 people suddenly joined here. I don't think... yeah, Loner didn't raid me. That's kind of funny, I guess. Hi, Kalinda. Hi, chat. Hope you're well. Damn, I was about to end. It's like 10 o'clock. I can't believe that Loner went that long. But I was mostly about to end because I was going to... Oh, he did raid? Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the raid, Loner. I didn't even see it. I did not see the like the thingy show up or the, or any, you know, sleep, Kalinda. Oh, you want me to go to sleep? Toby knows everything about Canadian secession. Hold on. No, we're going to get through this first. Holy fuck. Re-annexation surveys showed a split opinion. 41% said yes to joining Russia in February 2014. After the success of the revolution in Kyiv, the ratio of those who wanted to secede to join Russia undoubtedly jumped due to television-fed perception that ethnic Russians would become second-class citizens in Ukraine. Russians in Crimea have a very negative opinion of the Euromaidan movement, with only 2.5% of our sample thinking it improved conditions in Ukraine and over 90% believing it made things worse. Yeah, it seems like Crimea is in a lot of ways here a special case. Also, it would not surprise me if a lot of Crimeans were watching media that told them bad things about Euromaidan. I don't know how the Brits and Aussies are like that, so I assumed you lot were. Yes, of course we have a fucking constitution. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to the god damn it. This. Oh, Dylan's right there. I'll probably raid Dylan when I'm done, but yeah. Canada doesn't have free speech because only US has free speech, though. It depends how you define free speech, but yes, we have I think we have free speech. How much of Crimea or Ukraine's media was dominated by Russian media around this 2014 year? Yeah, that's a question that I need to look more into, but my suspicion is probably quite a lot. Mostly because that, because like Russia had a presence in Sevastopol, and like Russian presence was probably, I think, a lot higher in Crimea than it was in other parts of the country. Most predominantly it was Russian. Yeah. Like there were a lot of Russian speakers in Crimea, and if they were watching news, yeah, like Crimea is kind of a, like, because Russia also had kind of a foothold there, right? Because like they had that military base in Sevastopol, which means there were a lot of Russians that were living there as well too, like Russian soldiers and whatnot. Does Canada have defined hate speech in any law? If yes, then no free speech in the country. I mean, yeah, we do have defined hate speech, but I don't think the existence of hate speech laws mean that free speech doesn't exist. That's not how I define free speech. I define free speech as, can you criticize the government? I think that that is probably an ultimate thing. And the answer is yes, you can. You can criticize the government. I can say whatever bad things that I want about Mr. Carney, and nothing will happen to me. And I can say whatever bad things I want about the liberals or the conservatives or any of those other people. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's just, can you criticize the government? There's more to it than that, obviously. It's mostly like, are you able to speak freely? But in particular, are you able to speak freely against the government? Free speech is when you can put any flag you want on your F-150. True. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, but I understand how Americans view free speech. We banned Russian media and .ru domains, another step on free speech. Lactoid's obsessed with talking about that, by the way. Anyway.
When you're talking about why does the UN currently deem it to be, what specific question you asked, Lonerbox?
The annexation to be illegitimate, and they reaffirm it to be part of Ukraine.
Yeah, they probably are appealing to like an idea of international law, national sovereignty, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's kind of important.
They're not going to challenge. They're not going to. I mean, I disagree with it on sometimes. I disagree with it, for example, if the government's like doing a bunch of bad shit. Sometimes you get to violate their sovereignty and go in and stop them. I also disagree with
how a majority of people in Scotland voted to stay in the EU, and then obviously the English vote took us out of the EU. Does that mean the EU should come in like fucking
just a housekeeping thing before you answer
Scottish people voted in that election too.
Just a housekeeping thing. If anyone wants to send me the poll, right? Or
yeah, but we voted to stay in the EU.
Yes, this is Lactoid. This guy right here. He is basically a fucking Russia simp. When was this WIC panel? This WIC panel was in August 14th, 2025. That would have been based, if the EU had rolled troops in to keep Scotland. I mean, honestly, yeah, part of me thinks that would have been based, but obviously, like, that would not have been good. Or, like, I don't think I would have agreed with that. Like, that, or rather, it doesn't match my moral system overall, like, for what I said about annexation. The Angloid cannot be allowed to govern himself. Oh my god.
We can look at it, right?
Which poll? Because there's multiple polls. I think he's talking about a Wikipedia article.
I'm not talking about. I tagged you on Twitter on this, and you didn't respond. I literally tagged you the exact chart. You? Yes, I did. I tagged you the exact fucking screenshot.
Dylan gets like a shitload of tags, probably.
Sorry. Well, I'm sure. I tagged you the exact fucking screenshot with a link to the UN study. It has the table that you're referring to, which we can talk about, and there's a complex explanation for that, but it's not the question that I'm referring to. The question I'm referring to is, if you voted, how would you vote? Would you vote to leave or would you vote to stay? The vast majority of Crimeans would vote to leave. This is important, okay, because it shows what the actual preferences of Crimeans one way or the other.
Can I ask you
why do you want to go past the like polling from the Razumkov Center or even by Gallup? I guess you'd say that was USAID, but it was Gallup that conducted the poll.
No, it wasn't. It was the Baltic. It's Baltic Surveys Limited, which claims to be an affiliate of the Gallup organization, and they got the data from a. They didn't even go in and get the data. So, and by the way, I've tried to like find data or find information on that specific.
Is this what he's gonna do? Is he gonna basically say that like all polling data is illegitimate unless it backs up his narrative? This is gonna be so fucking annoying.
Poll, and it's not clear if Gallup was ever involved at all. What it appears to be is that Baltic Surveys Limited claims, and Gallup doesn't even acknowledge them on its own website, but it seems like Baltic Surveys Limited claims to be a Gallup affiliate. Maybe they are, all right, but Baltic Surveys Limited commissioned a poll, which then that poll came from a different organization that was on the ground in Ukraine, And then they got that information from that. And then it was funded by the IRI, which is a Republican think tank, and USAID. That's a lot of concern, especially when this poll goes against the UN.
Bro, which poll are you talking about? All the polls that I could find show that it was fucking split 50-50. And those polls are from 2014. You're citing a poll from 2011. Do you think it maybe is not possible that perhaps people's minds changed between then and now? Holy shit. California is having an independence referendum in 2028. Does Lactoid think 51% vote? If 51% vote yes, the PRC should park a CSG off of San Diego? Probably. He probably. You know what? I might actually ask him about that. If he thinks China should just come in and take you guys.
It goes against the findings. It goes against the findings of the UN. It goes against the findings of Pew Research.
I would hope that somebody actually brings up, like, what year was this from? Because, like, then again, he might think CSA had a right to exist.
And it goes against what the results are in the referendum. Now, you can say the referendum's bullshit, despite the fact that it agrees.
I wonder if he calls it the War of Northern Aggression. Oh, yeah.
With most credible sources.
No, I think, to be fair, I think Lactoid was against the Civil War, but that's probably just because of the grounds upon which it was fought. But it is very funny to see an American basically, like, arguing in favor of secession.
As opposed to
it does
some survey.
95% result of the referendum. That agrees with polls.
It agrees. No, it's 95%, or I think it's 93% of the people who voted, and 20% of the population boycotted the election. And so when you look at it that way, actually it's like roughly in line with the Pew Research poll that came immediately afterwards, which found that 80.
Oh yeah, he's citing the Pew Research poll that came immediately afterwards, because we totally trust polling that's done in a region where there is no freedom of speech or freedom to criticize the government. Yep, absolutely. I'm sure that all of the Crimeans who voiced their opinions in that poll totally were in favor of it. The grounds on which the CSA, Confederate States of America, for anyone in chat who wonders what that means, argue to exist are not far off from Russian argument for what it thinks of the Ukrainian nation in a few ways in terms of how much moral weight they deserve. Well, I mean, I guess Lactoid would argue that the reason why Ukraine, or the reason why Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk wanted to leave is because they didn't feel like they were represented because Euromaidan took out the president that they all voted for and they all liked, and they therefore felt like they should be allowed to leave because that they wanted to be closer to Russia. That's why the CSA wanted to leave, though, because Lincoln won. And Lincoln was going to abolish slavery, right? Or he said that because Lincoln was anti-slavery. Yeah. None of the CSA states had Lincoln on the ballot. Oh, it was not that. Wait, what was the reason that he said Lincoln was not going to abolish slavery? Then why? I thought it was because Lincoln was or I don't know if he promised he was going to abolish slavery, but when he was running, Lincoln didn't want the country divided. They felt Lincoln winning meant that they were now in a nation run by Yankees, who they held in contempt. Lincoln promised not to abolish slavery. Okay. I thought that was what... Okay, I could have swore that Lincoln talked about abolishing slavery or something, but okay, he promised not to, and he won. They felt that the South was no longer a relevant and decisive voting bloc. They felt that the Union no longer represented them. Slavery was huge. They felt the Union no longer represented them. Interesting. They felt eventually, and they were afraid they would lose, and they did not want to protect, and they did want to protect it, but in the short term. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because, like, the reason why they felt the Union was now run by Northern interests, and that was untenable. Okay. Oof. Capitalist and industrial North against archaic South. Yeah, that's that makes sense. Okay. Chat just got tear gassed. There's no supremacy clause, really. Yeah, oh yeah. Not all states are even democracies. Right, dang. Virginia was like a federal state, run by slave-owning landlords. Okay. This is stuff I'll have to read about later, although I don't know if this will track, because he's probably just going to say, yeah, but they just, but like, ultimately one of the things they wanted to preserve was slavery, and therefore that was illegitimate because they wanted to own other human beings or some shit like that. That's probably what he would say. Nobody wanted to go and work in their crappy slavery-ridden states. He probably doesn't know that much about the Civil War, to be honest, so it would be a waste. Oh yeah, he probably doesn't. Although if he didn't, you know, but I think it's funny myself. Yeah, no, it is hypocritical, like, that he is so stuck on this. And that's why I questioned whether or not he even really believes this, because it's very weird to see an American make this argument, unless they support the Confederacy, and thus the 3/5 compromise.
Like, what is it? Only 4% said that the Ukraine should not recognize the results of the referendum, and 88% said yes. You have to factor in the people who also don't vote.
The people who voted, like, weren't they? The parliament wasn't it locked in by Russian troops that went in there with
Yes,
guns?
this was after there were troops on the ground.
Thing.
Yes.
That's before. That's testimony by Igor Girkin, who said when they took over the Crimean parliament, they held the politicians at gunpoint and made them dissolve it.
Irrelevant to the actual.
Yeah, it's a separate thing. It's a separate thing. I mean, it's wrong, obviously, but it's separate from the polling of the public. I mean, if somebody could get me the Wikipedia article, I can't find the Wikipedia. I looked up Wiki Crimea polling to see if I could like find this Wikipedia. I can't find it. If someone can send it to me,
I will post it in the group chat.
Okay, thank you.
It's just that there are differing poll results, because yeah, the Razumkov Center that said like 60% of them would want to join.
Well, I'm pretty sure that said 63%, which is still pretty close. Like this. Yes, but that was I think earlier.
And then a similar number, 53.8, saying that they would also want autonomy within Ukraine. This is not a basis for a military to come into the country.
Let me explain. The poll you're referring to right there, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that was from 2008, which is before.
It would be good rhetorically to bring up stuff he doesn't know about the Civil War. Yeah, that's true. It could be.
Or the UN poll that has the latest results in 2011. The UN poll from 2011 has over 70% of Crimeans saying they would vote to leave to join Russia. If you're, I will. I'm responding to Lonerbox right now. Give me 1 second.
While you
can you show it on screen?
I can't. No, I cannot do three things at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm responding, and then I will post the results because I have it all. I have it all. Okay, I can find it for you.
I actually have it. I'll send it. Somebody send
it. Great. So when you're saying that, like, 60, what would you say, 63% from the Rumsfeld Center? If you're saying that like 63% are saying yes, we would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia, but in the event they don't let us do that, we still want to have greater autonomy.
I didn't say in the event they don't let us do that. They just said it was another option.
Okay, but a higher percentage would just prefer straight out, let's just leave and join Russia.
Yeah, and numbers like this are not a basis ever for a military to come in and hold a referendum at gunpoint. This is just not what you do.
No, so it can be if the people there.
No, it can't. That's not good. I took AP US history and don't remember much of anything. Are you going to debate Lactoid killing it? Yes, Diluted Mel. I am planning to debate Lactoid in the future about Russia-Ukraine. Because I think that he is full of shit. And he is just a fucking Russia apologist. He just loves Russia and arguing in favor of them. And he says insane shit like all the kidnapped children were orphans.
Have their democratic will violated by a unconstitutional coup, like how the U.S. left the UK, which we 100% had a right to do.
Okay, is this what you're talking about right
Unless you want to deny our revolution.
Lactoid, is this what you're looking at right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like 2009 to 2011.
So, in 2011,
65%. My bad. 65%. I overstated it.
Yes.
Does he think that nobody changed their mind between then and fucking February of 2014? Okay, here's one for this moron. American Samoa, around 30% want independence, around 50% want statehood. Let's say it flips to 55% independence during Trump's term for some reason. Can China invade it? Yeah, I know, right? The Confederate documents of secession are pretty clear about the reasons the southern states left. Mississippi left nothing to the imagination or to speculate over. Oh, yeah.
65%.
I mean, Lactoid wasn't saying that it wasn't about slavery. His point was that, or not Lactoid, sorry. Epic wasn't saying, Tear Gas / Epic was not saying that it wasn't about slavery for the reasons for why they seceded. That, like, the ultimate fear, ultimately, at the end of the day, was that they were going to, or was that they were going to lose their slavery, or they were going to lose slavery because that they were being ruled over by a bunch of disgusting Northerners who were going to eventually take it away from them one way or another. But all 11 mention a feeling of loss that they had representation in the federal government, which was now run by Northern industrialists who were opposed to their way of life, their way of life of owning other humans. Yeah. They were like, we want to preserve our shit, which included slavery. Yeah.
And to be clear, it was 70% in 2009, and it's reduced to 65%, 2011 Q4.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that it's dropping over time.
Is 2011 the most recent one?
2011 was when this study ended. Look at the no vote; it's 14.2%.
Sure.
So 14.2% would vote no in terms of staying.
Please, God, somebody bring up the fact that these polls are really old and that there are newer polls.
Staying with Ukraine, or sorry, to stay with Ukraine.
Out of interest, when you keep saying they have their sovereignty violated, and you compare that to America, where is
could you do me a
where is
tiny
the
favor? Just the tiniest favor.
What's that?
Yeah, you want to scroll down and talk about the table below?
If you want to right now, I was going to talk about something else, but sure, we can do that now.
Sure, yeah, we can talk about this, and we can read the question and realize it's a totally different question, and then talk about what it means.
my point when I'm remembering, this is all coming back to, you've thought about this a lot more than obviously I have. I remember thinking,
okay, that was a subtle diss.
Well, it was, if it came off that way, I didn't mean to. I was just being honest. I didn't know you tweeted at me. But this right here is the UN asking two separate questions, right? They asked one question, then they asked a separate question. And my problem with you, Lactoid, was you just citing because there's one poll here that says, if you just ask people straight up, do you want to be part of Russia? You want to be independent? The UN comes out with the data that says, hey, the majority of them want to be part of Russia. Other polls disagree, but obviously the UN is more credible.
That's a big ass jog he's got. True. I need to get another water bottle because all of mine are broken, and I love these Bubba water bottles because they keep your water cold for like 24 hours, which is amazing. So yeah, I soon too may also have a big ass water jug so that, you know, I don't have to get up and or so I don't have to stop walking, which is going to be a thing we're going to be doing.
Than a lot of other polls.
The meme, it's about states' rights to what, is a pretty fantastic representation of it all. Also, the CSA was even more decentralized than the US too, so they each are a bit different. Louisiana in part joined the CSA because it felt surrounded. I think, didn't Texas literally join the CSA because they were like, because they didn't want to be told what to do by the federal government or some shit. It seemed like that was the reason more so than like anything else, or at least that's how it was told to me. Not by SDA, but by somebody else. Because the general vibe that I get when it comes to Texas is that they don't just like being told what to do. Texas spent 2 centuries declaring independent. Yeah. They were just like, fuck off, you can't tell us what to do, federal government. Spain, then Mexico twice, then the US once.
And so it has a lot of weight. Then they ask a separate question, and they ask people, what is the optimal model for you in Crimea. And when you combine the different data points here, become part of the Russian Federation, become an independent state, stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, stay in Ukraine with the same level of autonomy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you find out that majority of Ukrainians either want to stay in Ukraine with some level of different autonomy, normal region of Ukraine, XYZ, with a small in-between amount being for an independent state.
So I'm going to explain why this is a different question and why we have to why this question is not incompatible with the prior question. Because remember, these two questions were from the same survey. The same people who answered this table also answered the prior table. They also answered the prior question, in which 65% of them said they would vote to leave and join Russia, and only 14% would not vote to join and leave Russia.
But the reason why, more nuance, only 41%.
Well, hold on. Yes, but this nuance is irrelevant when it comes to the Crimean referendum, because when you look at it, okay, so the optimal solution, what this question means is, fellow Crimean, if you could have the world, if you could have any potential political situation going forward, even like reasonable or unreasonable, if you could just have one, which one would it be? And yes, in this, 41% said the most optimal solution ever is joining Russia. 11% said, oh, we would want to become independent, but if we can't do that, I guess then we'll join Russia, according to the poll above. A next line here says, stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, but if we can't do that, I guess join Russia because of the prior question, right? And then obviously I would agree that and really the votes, the percentages after this would be, well, it is a valid assumption, because the same people who answered this way also answered that 65% of them would vote to leave Ukraine and
this really does feel like a lot of this doesn't fucking matter. And also these polls are old. Like, it's so weird that he's basically, I have a feeling this is what's going to happen. I'm going to present much newer polls, and he's going to say, yeah, well, those don't count because they don't conform to my bias. And he's going to shit on them based on where they came from, which is annoying. Like, because it's annoying to see him basically completely dismiss any and all polls because they are run by, like, you know, an American NGO or anything that has to do with USAID. Like, that's so stupidly conspiratorial to just assume that, oh man, that poll was done by X organization, therefore bad, which is not, like, like, what's wrong with Rumkowski or, with Razumkov? What's wrong with them? What makes these guys so evil? It's a Ukrainian NGO. Or are these guys bad because they're a Ukrainian NGO? He just admitted that other polls contradict the UN poll, and it's sus. Yeah, I mean, it is sus. Russia made that ballot so difficult. I think that's the actual ballot. If he claims there's some nefarious link, just use the magic Mike Johnson maneuver. I don't know anything about that. They had like 7 choices on the ballot. Wait, on the referendum? I thought that there was only 2 choices. I thought that the Crimean independence referendum was 2 choices. It was either go back to an independent Crimea or join Russia. I thought those were, like, they didn't even get to choose to stay in Ukraine. Or are you talking about the UN poll that shows 7 choices?
Join Russia. And so if the same people are saying that, and then when they're asked a follow-up,
I can see that Lerner doesn't even care about this polling. Like, his argument is basically entirely on the, what the fuck, why do you think that it's okay for them to leave shit?
Question of, okay, and then now that we know which way you would vote, what's the most optimal thing you would choose? What this shows is that Crimeans, 41% said 100% yes, Russia, 11% are saying independent, but there must be, for these people, because remember, these people voted, they said they would vote to yes to join Russia. These people are obviously saying the next best alternative is joining Russia. Same thing with stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, because clearly, perhaps they don't think that Ukraine's going to give them autonomy based on actions in Euromaidan. Clearly, they would prefer to join Russia in the event that they can't get the optimal scenario.
Yeah, there are a ton of like comparisons that one could make to push him, because like and then we get back to where I was before I had that discussion with Ash of Creativity a couple days ago, where like essentially I don't think it's realistic to have a world where anytime a region of people feel like they aren't being represented, it just means that they should be able to leave. And this means that that another country can come in and invade them in order to facilitate this. Based on what exactly actions? Oh, Vasserman, Lactroy believes all the shit about like about it being an illegal and unconstitutional coup. Like all the stuff about how it was unconstitutional to remove Yanukovych from office because he wasn't impeached, and because that he ran away and there wasn't like a mechanism in the Constitution to deal with that. So the resolution that went through the Rada to remove him was unconstitutional, Lactroid thinks. And he thinks therefore that means that that like, and that this robbed people in Crimea and Donbass of their representation by the government, because they didn't feel like they were being represented because Yanukovych was their guy and they all voted for him. Can this chat vote/host referendum to pass this channel to Spider though? Yeah. I'm talking about the ballot. This is just such old RU misinfo. I can't remember all the details. He says Ukraine would not grant autonomy based on actions. Yeah, he thinks, yeah, because he's probably referring to the shit related to because he thinks that Ukraine wouldn't grant because of Euromaidan. He thinks that Ukraine basically had a complete disregard for any of the in what Crimea and people in Donetsk and Luhansk thought. So Lactoin thinks that if President Newsom were to flee to the PRC while saluting an imaginary Mao Zedong and swearing an oath on his little red book, the VP cannot take power. That's actually funny. Wait, that's not what happened though. I don't think the vice president took power. I mean, like they removed him, Yanukovych, but yeah. Or that Congress should not impeach said VP for the connection, and the Speaker of the House could not become president. We are not Ukraine. They don't have a VP as far as I know. Oh, okay. So you're just trying to make a, yeah. I think it was the leader of Ukraine's opposition. Actually, it wasn't. It was someone else who, it may have been one. I think it was one of the guys in Parliament who got to be the temporary president until they had an election. But I mean, well, no, Lactoid would say that he thought that was okay, but he just would say that because that actually, wait, hold on a minute. You're right. Does the United States Constitution have like a way to remove a president from office if that president like runs away, like goes to another country? So what I'm hearing is that Lactoid is a communist who wants Newsonian G thoughts. I mean, it would potentially happen in the U.S. if VP and chain follows Trump thing. Yeah, it has chain of responsibility delegation, long chain. Yeah, I know it does, but like so does Ukraine, obviously. But I think the entire point with Ukraine was that they wanted to remove or that like Yanukovych left. But I don't think it was just him that left. I think
was the Euromaidan.
Hold on.
Dawn in 2011. I forget my timeline.
Euromaidan was in 2014. Early 2014.
It was after the Maidan when the Rada was still
and late 2013
when Yanukovych was gone. When Yanukovych was gone, was there any effort from the Crimean, either their equivalent of the parliament or any of their institutions to actually try and push for?
We could impeach the president with a supermajority, but let's imagine the Senate Democrats lead with Newsom, so you can't have quorum, and now the Senate cannot act. Well, yeah, I know. Like, we can imagine so many scenarios where this kind of shit would just be like, what the fuck would you do? Like, this was clearly a pragmatic exercise. Because otherwise the Ukrainian government would basically cease to function. Parliament was working, though, and we're not a presidential republic. Oh, yeah, that's true. You're not. Yeah, you aren't all a presidential system, so it's hard to compare. But I'm trying to put it in a context of an American system for Lactoy, who is an idiot. I mean, no, yeah, I agree, like, Epic. I feel like that's true. Like, it's so stupid. It's like this, he wants to rigidly appeal to the Ukrainian constitution. Like, it's insane to think that he's just not okay with them doing this. And I don't know if he even really believes that, or if all of this is just because he really needs to bend over backwards to defend Russia. It's just kind of ridiculous. Because, like, Ukraine obviously did it because of pragmatism, because if they didn't, then the government would cease to function, because Yanukovych ran away. He abandoned his post. I know, I'm arguing with Lactoid there, not with you, Epic. I got your comparison. Yeah, it's just...
Any kind of autonomy or independence?
It was the Russians went in very quick, and
Okay, so Pelosi and her Chinese spy driver, they drive and flee with Newsom to Beijing. Okay. And like half the Democrats go with them, so like they're all gone. Yeah, like it... Can the Speaker of the House become the POTUS now? True. Like, imagine a scenario where the American government would cease to function because a bunch of members of the government ran away. Can we, like, you know, and therefore it's impossible to follow the Constitution?
And there was a lot of there was a lot of Crimean self-defense forces that joined up with the Russians and helped them. In fact, a lot of the violence was not actually associated with the Russian military, but with these kind of like Crimean self-defense forces.
Yeah, there were also a lot of indigenous people who fled because they needed to be fucked. I'm just wondering if you read every action like by Russia in this kind of level of very like of charitability. Because even I looked up what you said about Georgia and that EU report. Now I haven't read the 700 pages, but it's just like interesting that you left out the fact that besides them saying that Russia's initial counterstrike was legal, then they also said that the military response afterwards was against international law and it was an overreaction because they pushed into Georgia proper. Now, why would they push into further than wherever the issue is if they weren't?
Okay, I think I got the general gist. I'm gonna go back and like finish watching this from where I was before when I was watching it on Dylan's channel, but these points are like a fire hose from the Kremlin, 100% Putin come. Yeah, I know. It's insane. Okay, no, I'm not gonna get... Listen, on Tanky Tuesday, we will have a look at the Prol Wiki some more, okay? And their insane sources. Belinda, can you please also consider debating Admiral Gibbs? It would be peak. God bless. I did debate him. I was on a WIC panel with him. Wait, what about data centers, Epic? Americans will create the best version of communism. I believe in them. The automod fascist centered the first part. Oh, damn. No, I didn't debate Gibbs on Ukraine. I feel like... But it had to do with Russian data centers. Oh, were you talking about dropping things that go boom on Russian data centers? If so, based? Actually, the Prol Wiki, it would not surprise me if the Prol Wiki was hosted in Russia.
Look at all of the gathered intelligence, come to the president, and prepare their presidential daily brief, saying, here's all the class.
Okay, Dylan's probably going to end soon, but you know what? Fuck it. I don't even know if he'll let me, or if it will let me. Let's find out. But yeah, I just... That's actually a very funny scenario, though, to imagine that, like, that would be ideal. True! Although right now, I just want Ukraine to keep hitting all the places in Russia that Russia's using to shoot shaheeds at them, or like other such things. And I guess some Russian energy infrastructure maybe, but that's I'm actually curious if it's a war crime to take out civilian energy infrastructure, but I don't think that it would be, but I don't know. That's something else I could look up, but that doesn't matter. I'm not going to make that argument to him anyway. I don't think Lactoid cares about international law. Lactoid is Frieza and Gibbs is like Nap. Oh, it's not, yeah. Gibbs debated Dylan, and his take was that Ukraine should hold elections because U.S. hold one during Civil War. I hate that. He skipped answering to Dylan's claim of huge difference between cannons versus missiles existing nowadays. Yeah, of course. It's not, but in general, no. Okay. Oh, Epic, I imagine you probably said something before the but in general, no, and the automod censored you. They probably had Iskanders during the US Civil. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't know. I feel like there are some Americans that just can't get past this whole election thing. You can't do it to harm civilians. Like, oh, you mean like what Russia is doing now, where they're targeting civilian infrastructure so that they can make Ukrainians freeze in an effort to break their spirit? Is that what you mean? Because, yeah, that I can believe. Also, what cannon versus missile thing Dylan said now? Oh, I think it's because that Gibbs was making some argument about he was trying to claim that basically, fuck, what was it? He was making the claim that Ukraine, or that that Gibbs was making the argument that Ukraine should totally hold elections, and it sucks that they haven't. And I think that Dylan, because the US held elections during the Civil War, Dylan asked Gibbs if he comprehends that during the Civil War, having elections, and now Ukraine is a bit different in terms of the process of being held. Yeah, although I imagine during the Civil War, areas that were occupied by the Confederate States in the Union, those people just didn't get to vote. But I also don't know how much was occupied. Well, it's less Civil War versus today versus U.S. Constitution versus Ukrainian Constitution. The U.S. is not Ukraine. Yeah, I know, right? That's the other thing that's stupid. We are a federal republic and a presidential republic. They are neither. Yeah, Ukraine's a parliamentary democracy. The Civil War back then, called the War of the States, keep in mind. Oh, yeah. A U.S. election doesn't actually exist. We do. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, the elections are also done in each state, so it makes it, like, all very, very different. So if state is in rebellion, it just does not do elections. Yeah. Also, U.S. elections don't matter at the end of the day. Candidate/winner will be listed in files. The southern states had no EC vote. Yeah. And only states in the Union did. Yeah, so like the way US elections work is also different too. Like if I were to look into Ukrainian elections, I would imagine that they are probably all run, or that they are run like at the federal level rather than at the on like oblast by oblast. Like the states in the CSA did not have elections because they left the union. Yeah. Like in Canada, that's how it's done here. For our federal elections, those are like conducted by Elections Canada, which is a federal body. They are not run province by province. That's not how we do things here, and I don't think that's how things are done in a lot of countries. But America is special because you guys do things a little differently, which is fine. But, you know, it's just silly. That's the dumbest thing ever. What state vote over actual vote per person? We are a union. Yeah, it's different. Yeah. Okay. Hello. It sounds dumb if you think it's a unitary republic, which is not. Databases still might be local. We're advised to check whether we're in database before elections is based on registration. Oh yeah, the databases could be local. I don't know. I'll look into more how Ukraine elections work. Yes, kitty, cat. All right, guys. And some databases might be lost. Well, yeah, I imagine databases probably would be local. There's no federal ID or voting card. That state database. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like Epic, my argument was always like, we do have a voter ID here. When I do my taxes, I always check the box that says give my information to Elections Canada so that they can mail me a voter registration or like a voter card. Because what happens is right before an election, we get mailed like this card in the mail that we present when we go to vote. And so basically our voter ID is free. If we don't have that card, then we have to like bring some other form of identification. But it's, yeah, like I feel like this would be the best option if you guys wanted to have the best. Like my argument in response to Republicans about like we should have voter ID should be just be to say, okay, well, that's fine as long as it's provided for free by like the state. And that would probably be something that would have to be provided on a state level. But yeah, I think every state should have real ID and it should be used for voting. But I and most Americans don't want to amend the Constitution to empower the federal government to run elections, which is what you need to make that happen. So given that issue, so vote with passport. We're civilized people and have one verified ID. We got to fight that fight. Yeah, like that. I feel like that's something that should be done on a state-by-state basis. But that is, I think, the best option, like the best answer to voter ID. It's not to say no voter ID. It's to say, sure, just let the state should just provide it. In California, we have a free ID to vote because we are a civilized state, which works. If you live in the Abbott regime or the DeSantis regime, yeah, then you have to like do a bunch of other shit. You are not so lucky. Yeah. Hello. Oh, you're so cute. All right. We have voter ID in North Carolina, and it is free, but it isn't considered a form of ID except for voting. Well, that's kind of... I mean, obviously in Canada it's the same. You can't use your voter card for anything but voting, but I mean, that's what it's for, so that's fine. Okay, guys. I am going to end the stream now. Everybody go say hello to Dylan. I know there's only 34 of you here, but yeah, go say hi to Dylan. He's talking about Trump. Have a good night, everybody. And I will see you all tomorrow. I should be around in the morning like I usually am. I don't know if Loner's even going to stream tomorrow, but yeah. Good night. Bye. You guys can give me money tomorrow. Anyway, have a good one.